Hello, everyone. Welcome to another edition of the Edves Catalyst Conference 2023. This is an amazing year for us, and guess what this year's theme is? Let's say it together.
Audacious.
Yes. So I would like you to go to your chat box and then tell us where you're joining us from anywhere in the world, and also tell us what audacious means to you. This year's Catalyst event is going to be so exciting. Last year was interesting, fun, and quite engaging. Anita, before we even start, I'd like us to introduce ourselves. My name is Nenna, and I have my co-anchors here today.
Anita Dan.
And
Rejoice Olodi.
yes, so I'm coming back to you, Anita. How was last year for you?
Oh, last year was fun. It was rightfully themed learning outcomes, right?
Yes.
And we catered to over 5,000 plus audience. And then this year is even going to be a bigger event. So we're definitely looking forward to seeing you there.
Wow. I learned a lot last year and I made a lot of networks and connection last year. Now, Rejoice, what's your expectation for this year?
Well, for this year, I have quite a lot of expectations. But personally, my expectation this year is to be an audacious leader in the education sector.
Wow.
So I'm very sure you all also have expectations. So kindly drop them in the comment section, and don't forget that you can be as audacious as you can be.
Yes. So I hope you've started dropping in your comments and telling us where you're joining us from. Guess what? This year we have a very exciting song, a theme song for all of you to learn and listen to. So once we end this beginning session, the introductory session, we would expect all of you to please sit back, relax, and watch the theme song so that you can learn it and be a part of our audacious team. Once again, welcome to Edves Catalyst 2023 and be audacious.
stand taller on the shoulders of my parents. I see Father on the shoulders of my teachers. I'm soaring higher on the wings of the eagles. I'm roaring louder than a lion. I'm unstoppable, the future belongs to me. I'm unstoppable, the future belongs to me. Oh, I'm audacious. I'm audacious. On the shoulders of my parents, I see Father on the shoulders of my teachers. I'm soaring higher on the wings of the eagle. I'm roaring louder than a lion. I'm unstoppable, the future belongs to me. I'm unstoppable, the future belongs to me. I'm audacious, courageous, audacious, audacious. Yes, I am. I'm audacious. Yes, I am. Cause they gave me wings to fly. It's my time to shine. Nobody's stopping me. From the classroom to the boardroom, I had to learn to lead. I could never miss my way, cause I was stuck the right way. I'm unstoppable, the future belongs to me. I'm unstoppable, the future belongs to me. Call me Audacity. Call me Audacity.
Good afternoon, Africa. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to welcome you to Edves Catalyst 2023. Edves Catalyst started in 2017, and we started because we were so humble to understand that as a tech company, there are quite a number of problems that technology in this century can still not resolve. So, and we collated these problems together in 2017, and then we decided to invite speakers from within the sector and outside the sector to speak actionably about these challenges and profile solutions to them, so that teachers, parents, and students can go back to the schools and implement some of these ideas and new notions that can help education. And that was how we started in 2017. And the theme that year was Accelerating School Growth and Impact. And 2018, we repeated the same program, but bigger this time around. We had a theme titled Out of the Box. 2019, the team we had haven't gone out of the box, bringing out of the box ideas to education. We went to explore in 2019. That, if you can remember,
Sure.
2020 was a year of COVID.
Yeah.
And in December 2019, we had a team that we planned to use in 2021 and 2020, which was reinvent, which was just precise, because in 2020, when we had school lockdown, we reinvented several things: learning online, teaching online, cooking online, doing everything online. But in 2021, coming out of COVID, we had another thing called a new path to life. Hybrid of so many things: hybrid office, hybrid parenting, hybrid teaching. And in 2022, we decided to have a team that was around focusing on learning. And that was why last year we had a team, Learning Outcomes. And that's in the last 1 year, we've seen a lot of challenges in the world. We've seen learning crisis became, very, very severe across the world. Over 600 million students go to school, they are not learning. That is aside from those that are even outside of the school. Then we have recession that followed the COVID, and then the war of Ukraine and Russia that actually made inflations and economic crisis all across the world. But in the face of these challenges, we decided to create a team called Audacious, which is about taking bold steps against all odds to focus on this learning crisis, and then being able to still improve learning outcome for the students.
Yeah.
And welcome to Edves Catalyst 2023.
So Edves Catalyst is not just a conference, it's a platform for networking, a platform for innovation, a platform for critical thinking, and so many other things.
Yes, it is so, because our goal is actually to share new notions, new idea and knowledge that can actually improve education in Africa. And that is what Edves Catalyst is all about. And then we have the speakers all packed up from all over the world: the United States of America, UK, Canada, Kenya, South Africa, all over, coming to Lagos for this event.
Yeah, so Edves Catalyst, aside from, focusing on educational advancement, in this year, we actually want to spark the audacity in every student, in every parent, in every teacher, in every school owner, in every school administrator, and of course, the education community at large in Africa.
So, if there's anything I have to say today, is to seize the opportunity. Today, tomorrow, June 2nd and 3rd of 2023, to seize the opportunities that will come from these conversations and learnings that we are going to have in this year's event. So please put your hands together for yourself for making it this year. And then I'd like to welcome you once again. Welcome to Audacity 2023, Edves Catalyst.
So let us embrace audacity as we pave the way for education in Africa. Welcome to Edves Catalyst 2023.
You're welcome.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you very much.
Dr. Peter Chin. Dr. Chin is Associate Dean of Teacher Education and Coordinator of the Technological Education Program. His research interests can be found in the areas of teacher education and science education. Within teacher education, his research focuses on the complexities of the practicum setting, from both the teacher candidates and school associates' perspectives, and how we can improve our understanding of this setting through the establishment of collaborative communities of practice. A related area of research stems from his interest in workplace learning. Specifically, with colleagues Hugh Munby and Nancy Hutchison, he has been conducting research on high school students working in cooperative education context with a science focus. The research team wrote a discussion paper for the Council of Ministers of Education, CMEC, highlighting the research issues that needs to be addressed in high school cooperative education, and they are now working on their third SSHRC-funded research grant in this area. Additional research is being conducted on a 2-year SSHRC HRDC grant that also includes Dennis Stockley and Joanne Versnell as co-investigators. In science education, Dr. Chin is concerned with the implications for teaching and learning when one attends to constructivist learning theories, metacognition, multicultural inclusive science, and issues within the philosophy of science. As part of the Ontario Secondary School Curriculum Reform process, he co-authored discussion papers in both secondary science and guidance and career education for the Ministry of Education and Training. He has been involved in a 3-year initiative to support the development of expertise in elementary science and technology within our local school boards, and is currently involved in a 3-year project with secondary science teachers. Dr. Chin also has a growing interest in international education. We are pleased to welcome on stage Dr. Peter Chin as he delivers.
start over again here. My name is Dr. Peter Chin. I'm from the Faculty of Education at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario, Canada. I'm the Associate Dean of Teacher Education. I'm the Associate Dean of Teacher Education there at the university. I'm pleased and proud to start this conference today and again tomorrow. And my job, I think, is to set the table for good teaching and learning. So all the ideas that you'll hear about being audacious, I want to actually ground some of that to remind you of some of the issues that we should be thinking about along the way, both today and tomorrow. So today is part one. Just a bit about Queen's University. Queen's University is situated in Kingston, Ontario, on Lake Ontario in Canada. It was founded in 1841. It's older than Canada itself, so it's a very old university. We also have a campus in England, in East Sussex. In my program itself, I have about 450 student teachers every year in the final year that become teachers this year. Likewise, the breakdown you can see there is mostly secondary teachers as opposed to elementary teachers. I also have 190 other student teachers in additional programs that I run on the side, with which we call multi-session programs, and they're community-based. And then finally, I have other student teachers that start coming right out of high school, and they do programs all the way through, and in the process they become teachers. But I have almost 1,200 students there, so it's a big program. It's one of the biggest in Ontario. Just to give you an idea as well, Queen's University is one of the top 5 universities in Canada. In fact, an announcement just came out 2 days ago. Queen's University is #1 in North America in terms of SDGs, in terms of the Times Higher Ed Supplement and in SDGs, and 3rd in the world, I think. Our Faculty of Education is also one of the top 5 in the country. I want to focus on one thing that, regardless of what we do, just want to bring us back to the beginning, which is that our fundamental job as teachers is to connect kids to their dreams, right? That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to teach math, or we're trying to teach literacy, etc., but we're actually just trying to fundamentally connect kids to their dreams. And that has a lot built into it, because for starters, you have to understand what the kids' dreams are. And in order to understand the kids' dreams, you have to have relationships with kids. You can't just walk up to a student and say, "Tell me your dreams." They're not going to tell you. But they'll tell you your dreams once you have a relationship with the student. They trust you, and they see you as an adult that cares for them. And then they'll tell you the dreams. The second part of that too is, in addition to knowing their dreams, you have to know what are the barriers to those dreams. So for some students, the barriers could be cognitive, emotional, financial, etc. And it's not your job as a teacher to solve those barriers, but it's your job as a teacher to know who they need to be in touch with, or what support systems we need to bring into play in order to support the students to overcome some of those barriers to those dreams. So that's setting the table right off the bat. The other thing too is, when we think about teaching and learning, what I tell my student teachers here, and you can take away from it what you think might work for you in different ways. But there's 3 fundamental challenges that all teachers have to face. And you might have been facing them already. And if you haven't, it's something to think about in terms of facing. And the first one is, we were successful at school. In my programs, we have kids that are so successful at schools, their goal is to stay in school and then get into teaching and never have to leave school. And that's great too, because they love school, but they have a vision of school that everything was great. And what we try to remind them there is that it wasn't great for everybody. And in Ontario, where I'm from, we had a time where 20 years ago, we had 50% of students drop out. They didn't finish school. And in fact, I was a president of my students' council when I was in high school. And at my 10-year reunion, I met everybody because that was my role. And honestly, half the students I didn't know. And I thought I knew everybody. They voted for me. But I didn't know half the students because they were in applied courses. They were in general courses. They were in the technological education courses. They were in the courses in the other wing, or they also dropped out of school, right? So the people, then that's when I realized the people I knew were all the ones taking the same calculus, math, science courses that were all heading to university. And we were a small group of 50 or 60 students all doing the same thing. And that's when you realize that you're in a small subset of school, and your view of school being successful is a very narrow view. It wasn't successful for everybody, but we want it to be successful for everybody. So that's number one challenge. The second challenge is we have to recognize our privilege. And privilege is a funny thing, because you can not have privilege and eventually get to a position where you have privilege. Myself, I'm an immigrant to Canada. I was born in Hong Kong, and we moved to Canada when I was very young. And I didn't realize at the time but we were poor and very poor. And we faced a lot of racism in Canada too. Now I'm at the point where, obviously being at a top 5 university in Canada in the role I have privilege. And so it's just to recognize that. And that privilege is affordances that you get that have nothing to do with what you've done in your effort. They have to do with position. They have to do with issues like that. And some people are behind the scene with privilege. They lose privilege because of race. They lose privilege because of poverty. They don't have the same affordances, same luxuries that others do. So we just have to remember that. And the third thing is, not everyone learns the way you do, right? And in terms of not everybody learning the way you do, I guess if you think back, some people used to tutor. You'd help a friend with high school, math, let's say, and you showed them how to do it in math. And then after you explained it, they'd look at you and say, I still don't understand. And so you would take a deep breath and you would say the same thing over again, slower and louder, because you had no other strategies to know, because you couldn't see how someone's having difficulty learning what is so simple for you, right? And one of the things that's really important about that is that in teaching, as we all know, that if you have one way of explaining it and the kid doesn't get it, then you have to have a different way of explaining it. So you have to have a method B, a method C, etc. And so those three things taken together, those three challenges taken together form one big idea. And one day I was walking down the hall in my building and there was a poster on the wall, and I looked at the poster, and on the poster I saw a statement, and that statement jumped out at me to the point where I took a picture of that statement. And I took this picture right here. And when you look at the three challenges together, this is what really became important. That learning to teach is learning to see. And we do not see the things the way they are. We see the things the way we are. So everything that we look at is through our lens of a combination of our views and successes and experiences at school, our privilege, and likewise how we've learned, right? So we see things a certain way, right? And that's what those three challenges do, is they tell us that that's how we look at schools. That's how all of us look at schools. Now, in Ontario, they introduced an Ontario Equity Action Plan. And in that action plan, I'm not going to read the slide to you, but in that action plan, they basically said that every kid has the opportunity to learn regardless of gender, religion, sex, sexual orientation, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's the stance that they take in the Ontario in the Ontario education system. Now, here was one of the reports that came out within that chart. And I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but you can see on the left side, you see a chart, a pie chart with schools in higher economic communities. On the right side, you see a chart that says schools in lower economic communities. And in that chart, you see how many kids in those schools were steered towards applied courses or academic courses. The blue courses are the academic courses. The applied courses are the orange courses. And you can see that just based on where the school is located and the economic status of the people in the community, you can clearly see more kids in low socioeconomic status communities get steered towards applied courses. Whereas in wealthier neighborhoods, more kids get steered towards academic courses. And there's a big difference because academic courses lead towards university. And in fact, if you look at the rates, for example, here you can see the rates of academic courses versus applied courses. If a kid goes the academic route, 95% of them graduate. If they go into the applied stream, right, 74% graduate. Far fewer students get through the system when they take the applied stream. And the interesting thing too, and then if we go to the next slide, you can see what people do after high school. And if they're in the academic stream, they end up going to college or university, right, for the most part. Whereas if you look at the applied stream, most of the kids don't go to college or university. And so the distinctions that happen between whether you're steered towards academic courses or applied courses is a big difference. And here's the kicker. Who makes those decisions about which courses kids could take? And that comes back again to the teachers. So teachers are seeing that, and they will see kids in each of these schools. And they will say, sometimes subliminally, implicitly, oh, Jimmy could go to college or university, but I know their family doesn't come from money, and therefore they're likely not going to be able to afford it. So let's move them towards the trades. And in fact, we have steered a kid towards their career, their history or their pathway, without even consulting them. So in fact, when we go back to that notion that I said, that our job is to connect kids to their dreams, right? The step that we talked about is understanding their dreams, right? The second one was barriers to those dreams. And what the Ontario Equity Action Plan data clearly shows us in terms of what teachers do in terms of steering kids towards academic or applied courses is that we actually become one of the barriers to those dreams. Okay? And so we have to pay attention to the fact that we are the barrier to those dreams. So when we go back, thank you. Hot and the lights, right? What's the time? I've lost the time too. 11? Sorry, I'm good. Okay, I'll just keep going. I'm almost done, right? So I've gone too fast. But so when we look again, back to learning to teach is learning to see, right? If we don't want to be a barrier, we have to acknowledge that we do not see the things the way they are. We see the things the way we are. That's the first step. We have to acknowledge that through our filters, we see the world a certain way, which is probably why some of the teachers steer kids towards academic courses versus applied courses, depending on whether they come from wealthier neighborhoods versus poorer neighborhoods. Follow up with that is a quote from this person named Wayne Dyer. And this is really important too, right? Because in that whole notion of teaching is learning to see, that the next step in the matter is that one thing is that when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. And in our Bachelor of Education program, we try to expose our students to different possibilities that take place there. So we have different simulations that we try to bring in, and so that they can understand poverty, for example. But once you understand and meet people from poverty, you end up with a different view. Because if you've never met somebody who is poor, there are sometimes assumptions about they're lazy, they caused it themselves, they deserve what they get. But then once you actually meet people and learn from it, you realize they have challenges and there's difficulties that take place. And so the same thing happens when you're teaching kids in schools. If you've got a kid who's late for school every day, rather than get upset they're always late for school, try to understand why they're late for school. And sometimes you'll find out it's because they're making sure their little brother gets to school first. And then they're late for school because they have to make sure their little brother gets there and then they get to their school afterwards. That's because they might be coming from a single parent family, or there's no breakfast available, or, right? But the bottom line is that once you actually start seeing things differently, right? Then how your actions come into play are going to be seen differently as well. I think that's a good place to wrap up for today's part. Tomorrow, I'll pick up on other challenges and other elements that we can go into it. And so just to recap, one element is that our job is to connect kids to their dreams, fundamental and first and foremost. And so if anything, what I've been trying to say today is that let's look at ourselves to see how we might become a barrier to helping those kids get to their dreams. And I think that's a starting point. So as this conference unfolds and you look at ways in which you can be audacious and catalyze and different ideas about what to do in classrooms, don't lose sight of the fundamental roles we're trying to do and what we're trying to achieve. I think that's a great place to start, and I'll pick up on this again tomorrow. Thank you.
sure we all had an amazing time listening to Dr. Peter Chin. I learned a lot, and I'm sure you have your jotters to jot down points from the session that we just had. Now, to do a recap of the session, I'd like to mention certain things that Dr. Peter Chin mentioned. One of the striking points he made was understanding what kids' dreams are. And that is a reflective activity for all of us as teachers. What dreams do your children have? That child you teach in the class, even as a parent, what dream does your child have? Are you pushing the child towards that dream to achieve the goals? Or are you actually stifling your child's dreams? Also, how do you create a process of inclusion in schools? You know that in every classroom, you have diverse range of students coming from different families to learn and join your classroom. So you have to reflect on that question as well, that how do you include every child in your classroom? And then another striking thing was the differentiation between applied courses and academic courses. In some parts of Africa, we all know that students who graduate from applied courses, what we call technical schools and polytechnics, are usually discriminated against. And that is one of the policies that we think the governments in our African nations and even all around the world can, implement to stop this discrimination, because every course is actually important, whether applied or academic. And then how does social class affect the choice of courses? Dr. Peter Chin mentioned some things about how students from high income areas would rather go for academic courses, and then children from low income areas would go for practical courses or applied courses. So the question is, how do we blend this so that every child will benefit from all forms of learning, whether applied or academic? And then we also need to stop the labeling. Let's stop the labels and social constructs on social class in our classrooms. You shouldn't label a child just because the child is from a particular social class or from an economic class. I hope this has helped you to reflect upon your practice as a teacher, as an administrator, and also as a policymaker in education. So that brings us to the end of this recap. We'll go on a short break, and then when we come back, we'll be having our roundtable discussion from more guests to come.
Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. Which other up are better than this? I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress when you spend it. Just a few steps that load the last first time you don't solve half of your worries. Share the views you want pay. I been the money you want say. The solution don't take. All you need is a lot again.
Customers want answers. Not in 2 days, not in 24 hours, but now. Is your business struggling to keep up with rising customer expectations in today's digital era? Do you find it challenging to provide instant and around-the-clock customer support? What if there were a tool that allowed you to offer 24/7 customer support across all your traditional and social media platforms? Introducing Ibanco. Ibanco delivers intelligent chat solutions that allow you to utilize the power of live chat interaction and self-service technology. Our AI-powered conversational chatbots serve as a first response unit for your business and provide instant gratification to customers. Ibanco answers questions, resolves issues, integrates with existing business tools, escalates complex requests to customer service representatives, logs issues in your help desk, and offers numerous self-service options 24/7. With Ibanco, creating better customer experiences is easy. Visit www.ibanco.com and request a free demo today.
Hi everyone, my name is Rashidat Sadiq and I'm a 1 Million Teachers Black Belt. The 1 Million Teacher and Girl Rising training has really impacted positively on my teaching. I have always been a proponent of equal opportunity, but realized after taking the course that for all to thrive in the education space, there has to be equal representation as well. So I strive to have classroom charts and posters with both males and females in various roles. I also try to ensure good balance when setting questions and creating worksheets. Another key takeaway for me from this learning experience was realizing the importance of equity over equality as a means of achieving progress and growth for all. I am now fully equipped to educate others, especially my students, on the need to abandon negative stereotypes and overcome gender bias so everyone can attain their full potentials. Thank you.
Customers want answers. Not in 2 days, not in 24 hours, but now. Is your business struggling to keep up with rising customer expectations in today's digital era? Do you find it challenging to provide instant and around-the-clock customer support? What if there were a tool that allowed you to offer 24/7 customer support across all your traditional and social media platforms? Introducing Ibanco. Ibanco delivers intelligent chat solutions that allow you to utilize the power of live chat interaction and self-service technology. Our AI-powered conversational chatbots serve as a first response unit for your business and provide instant gratification to customers. Ibanco answers questions.
Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. Which other offer better than this? I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress when you spend it. Just a few steps that load the large first time you don't solve half of your worries. Share the views you want pay. I been the money you want save. The solution don't take. All you need is a lot again. A lot, yeah. Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. Which other offer better than this? I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress when you spend it. Just a few steps that load the last first time you don't solve half of your worries. Share the views you want pay. I been the money you want say. The solution don't take. All you need is a lot again. A lot, yeah.
Customers want answers. Not in 2 days, not in 24 hours, but now. Is your business struggling to keep up with rising customer expectations in today's digital era? Do you find it challenging to provide instant and around-the-clock customer support? What if there were a tool that allowed you to offer 24/7 customer support across all your traditional and social media platforms? Introducing Ibanco. Ibanco delivers intelligent chat solutions that allow you to utilize the power of live chat interaction and self-service technology. Our AI-powered conversational chatbots serve as a first response unit for your business and provide instant gratification to customers. Ibanco answers questions, resolves issues, integrates with existing business tools, escalates complex requests to customer service representatives, logs issues in your help desk, and offers numerous self-service options 24/7. With Ibanco, creating better customer experiences is easy. Visit www.ibanco.com and request a free demo today.
life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. With other offer better than this. I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress when you spend it. Just a few steps that load the large first time you don't solve half of your worries. Share the views you want pay. I been the money you want save. The solution don't take. All you need is a lot again. A lot, yeah.
Edves is solving a lot of problems for us. It is centralizing all the information. Temple School has 4 locations, and so children that pass through us.
We're lucky that we were able to get the Edves team on board before the lockdown, because with that we had all the information very centrally, and having that was very easy for us to be able to communicate all the different changes.
We now don't have to go to different places to get information. So you don't need to get different spreadsheets. You don't need to get access to different reports. You can eliminate the paperwork. That helps you, you know. I can actually be at a party and I can check on my phone and know what is going on. So,
okay, we do reports. But what do these reports tell us about our students? Can we have descriptive statements? For the first time, we were able to do that at the end of the last academic session, where not only did we have the grades and ranking of the students, but every teacher had the opportunity to describe the child within their setting, how well they're doing, how well they're coping with the lessons or the subject, and the needs for them to improve. And that was, for me, a big step, because our parents actually embraced.
Edves has helped us concerning the preparation of results, has also helped us to have database of children or learners, the database of staff, database of parents, and to that extent, communication with parents and staff has become a lot easier.
The quality of Edves report has been very, very good. We have not had any cause to give a negative report.
Analyze information. I think it's the analysis. Again, I always say to the Edves team, is the the fact that we can analyze data. So I know children performance according to gender. Just by touching a button. I know children's performance according to class. Children's performance according to, I can access my financial information, who has paid, who hasn't paid. So I think school owners who are not on Edves, right, obviously need to be on Edves.
Use Edves today.
Use Edves today.
Use Edves today. You'll never go wrong.
I'm recommending Edves today. Make sure you get on board.
Use Edves today.
I would recommend Edves to schools, big or small schools.
Use Edves. What are you waiting for? Use Edves. Come on now.
Hi everyone, my name is Rashida Sadiq and I'm a 1 Million Teachers Black Belt. The 1 Million Teacher and Girl Rising training has really impacted positively on my teaching. I have always been a proponent of equal opportunity, but realized after taking the course that for all to thrive in the education space, there has to be equal representation as well. So I strive to have classroom charts and posters with both males and females in various roles. I also try to ensure good balance when setting questions and creating worksheets. Another key takeaway for me from this learning experience was realizing the importance of equity over equality as a means of achieving progress and growth for all. I am now fully equipped to educate others, especially my students, on the need to abandon negative stereotypes and overcome gender bias so everyone can attain their full potentials. Thank you.
Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. Which other offer better than this? I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress when you spend it. Just a few steps that load the last first. And you don't solve half of your worries. Share the views you want pay. I been the money you want say. The solution don't take. All you need is a lot again. A lot, yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Rashida Sadiq and I'm a 1 Million Teachers Black Belt. The 1 Million Teacher and Girl Rising training has really impacted positively on my teaching. I have always been a proponent of equal opportunity, but realized after taking the course that for all to thrive in the education space, there has to be equal representation as well. So I strive to have classroom charts and posters with both males and females in various roles. I also try to ensure a good balance when setting questions and creating worksheets. Another key takeaway for me from this learning experience was realizing the importance of equity over equality as a means of achieving progress and growth for all. I am now fully equipped to educate others, especially my students, on the need to abandon negative stereotypes and overcome gender bias so everyone can.
Customers want answers, not in 2 days, not in 24 hours, but now. Is your business struggling to keep up with rising customer expectations in today's digital era? Do you find it challenging to provide instant and around-the-clock customer support? What if there were a tool that allowed you to offer 24/7 customer support across all your traditional and social media platforms? Introducing Ibanco. Ibanco delivers intelligent chat solutions that allow you to utilize the power of live chat interaction and self-service technology. Our AI-powered conversational chatbots serve as a first response unit for your business and provide instant gratification to customers. Ibanco answers questions, resolves issues, integrates with existing business tools, escalates complex requests to customer service representatives, logs issues in your help desk, and offers numerous self-service options 24/7. With Ibanco, creating better customer experiences is easy. Visit www.ibanco.com and request a free demo today.
Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. With other offer better than this. I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress when you spend it. Just a few steps that load the last first time you don't solve half of your worries. Share the views you want pay. I been the money you want say. The solution don't take. All you need is a lot again. A lot, yeah.
Hello. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So up next, we'll be having some panelists that will be discussing. They'll be discussing the talent and teacher retention challenges facing Africa. All right. So right now, I'm going to be introducing our panelists, and first of all, we have Landeka Diamond. Ms. Landeka Diamond is the District Director for the Metro East Education District in Western Cape. She was the founding principal of Westlake Primary School, where she facilitated collaborations with countries like the UK, Zimbabwe, Poland, and India, to name a few. She was a national nominee for the Commonwealth Education Awards in 2021 and also a provincial executive member of the South African Principals Associations. She was also the national deputy president of EMASA, that is Education Management Association of South Africa, until 2021, and has represented the country in many platforms of educational interest, both locally and internationally. She has authored various publications, including a recent book titled Excellence in School Management and Leadership. Ms. Landeka Diamond did her undergrad studies in Port Elizabeth and graduated with first class. She holds a master's degree in Education Administration, Planning and Social Policy from the University of Cape Town. She also has a Bachelor of Education with honors in Education Management, Law and Systems from Northwest University with a distinction. She is currently a PhD candidate and her research interests revolve around education law. She is passionate about serving to benefit learners and doesn't see problems but possibilities. Please give an audacious welcome to Ms. Landeka Diamond. Our second panelist for today is Muteu Kansanga.
Dr. Muteu Kansanga. Dr. Muteu Kansanga is an education leader, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Board Member, Education Blogger, Education Advocacy, Entrepreneur, Rotarian. Dr. Muteu Kansanga is an educator at heart. She enjoys working in schools and education institutions, working with children and the youth, and working with teachers and trainers who bring it all together. She has worked at the Lucania schools, kindergarten, primary and secondary schools since 1992 when the school started. This has given her invaluable insights to problem solving and a bold outlook towards change management. As a result of her passion in education and education entrepreneurship, she served the Kenya Private Schools Association as Macha Coast County Branch Secretary from 2010 to 2012, National Secretary from 2012 to 2016, and National Chair from 2016 to 2021. She also sat in the KEPSA Education Sector Board, Vice Governor from 2015, and Governor from 2016 to 2021. Through these two organizations, she gained insight into education policy, advocacy, and interacted with the government to fulfill national education goals, access, equity, and quality of education offered. She got the opportunity to travel throughout the country, meeting school owners from all 47 counties of Kenya. she got the platform to articulate the unique gap in quality and access to education that private schools feel, especially in rural areas and poor urban areas. Her work has also given me the opportunity to serve in boards on secondment from KEPSA, KPSA, as well as in her own personal capacity. With a resounding applause, please welcome Dr. Mutheu Kansanga as she shares her insight on building sustainability through talent retention.
And our next panelist for today, which is our third panelist, is Mrs. Amber Fowler. Mrs. Olufunke Fowler Amber, Administrator, Member Board of Directors, Vivian Fowler Memorial College for Girls, Lagos. Olufunke Fowler Amber is the Administrator of Vivian Fowler Memorial College for Girls and a member of the Board of Directors, a school with a mission to offer the girl child a high-quality and functional secondary school education. She is also a mother, an excellent administrator, and an author, Morning with Mama. She is a stakeholder in the Nigeria education sector. With resounding applause, let's welcome Mrs. Olufunke Fowler Amber to Edves Catalyst 2023. And our last panelist for today is Bukola Adewuyi. So this segment, titled Building Sustainability Through Talent Retention, will be hosted by Nnenna.
So we have well-renowned guests here with us today to discuss a very important topic that I know is quite important for our educational sector. One of the learning crises or learning challenges we have in Africa is unqualified teachers. We have a lot of teachers who are not properly ready to enter into the classroom and give out knowledge or dish out knowledge. So I have with me renowned ladies. We're all ladies today. So who around the world? Girls, right? So I have with me four distinguished ladies here, and one of them will be joining us online. Mrs. Olufunke Amber Fowler. I don't know if she has joined us. Okay, so hello,
I'm
Mrs.
here.
Paula Amber. I'm sure
Hello.
she's here with us today. And then I also have with me, we've watched their video clips introducing them and the profiles. I have with me Dr. Mutsu Kasanga. She was amazing last year and we learned a lot from her. Welcome, Ma.
Thank you.
And then I also have with me Landy. She said I should call her Landy. But her name is Landeka Diamond, all the way from South Africa. Thank you for coming, Ma. Yes, and then I have with me here as well, I have with me here as well, Mrs. Bukola Adewi, all the way from Nigeria. She's also a consultant, a school consultant, and as well as an educator in the private sector. So we're glad to have you here today, Ma. Thank you very much. So we'll get straight to the discussion because I know our audience have been waiting for us to start the discussion, right? I'll first of all start with what you think talent retention means to you. So I'll start with Mrs. Landeka Diamond. Would you like to tell us what talent retention really is to you as a practitioner in the educational sector?
Thank you for your question, Nina. Basically, for me personally, talent retention is very crucial in any education sector. It's got to do a lot with retaining your teachers that you have in the system and also ensuring that there are succession plans. And when you retain those teachers, it boils down to what's happening in the classrooms in terms of the learners, the quality of education that takes place because there's sustainability and learners are able to build their relationship with the teachers.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Bukola.
Well, I would say that talent sustainability is first attracting the right set of people into the system, the ability to retain them, fitting those round pegs in the round holes, being careful not to have the round pegs in the square holes. I think that's really has a huge impact on retention itself. And the overall effect of this is on the students in the long run. You have learners that are enjoying classes and teachers that are teaching. I also want us not to be very myopic as well, because it's not just about the teachers, because they're not the only ones that ensures that the school system is running smoothly. You have the support staff in the system, you have the carers in the system, you have the administrators in the system as well. And it's a combination of all these people that ensures that the school is running smoothly. So retaining them and being careful not to overlook any particular talent, because the only talent in the school is not just the person teaching in the classroom, it's also that person that ensures things are running smoothly in the system, is also that bus driver that ensures that the children are getting to school on time, is that cleaner that ensures that the bathrooms are clean at the same time. So it's just ensuring that there is retainership in all the sectors that ensures that the school system is running smoothly and steady.
All right, so I'll go to you, Dr. Mutsu.
When the right people are in a school, everything just flows. The morning to the evening, the weekend, the week to week to week, and suddenly a term is just flawless. Have somebody who is not the right fit, like she's just said, that is a square peg in a round hole, and suddenly you have, say, a finance person shouting at parents and causing a massive problem that is needless. So talent is sort of across the entire ecosystem of a school. But boiling down to the academics being the most important HR in a school, getting teachers who coming in from a private sector, we have a unique problem. For us, getting experienced people sometimes is not possible. Government is the apex employer in most African countries. So then how do you do the next best thing? And that is what is to me talent management, talent identification, and just making sure you have the right people for however long you have them. Because for most Africans, working for government is an aspiration. You come from the rural areas, you come from anywhere, your dream is to get into a government job. So you use the private sector as a stepping stone to that. So in the meantime, even though we all know this, because this is important for us in the private sector, we must be just aware that for most people, the dream job is in the government, no matter what. So then how do we get the best out of these people so that they can also build their CVs? These are two interlinked things. We cannot escape them. And as people in the private sector, this is something we need to be able to understand, that while a teacher is building their CV, that CV is being built with children in a private school. So where is the win-win? Talent identification, talent management, so that what you said, succession planning, so that there are no gaps along that throughput.
Okay, so I'll give a little description about my life as a teacher. I came into the educational sector. My mom is a teacher, or was a teacher. She's retired now. And I did not study education, right? I studied sociology and anthropology as my first degree. And I know I had a lot of friends who studied education, but trust me, none of them is teaching currently. Some are in the IT sector, some are actually, doing businesses, some are even working in the bank. And now I'm a teacher, but I didn't study education in my first degree. But right now I have lots of certifications as an educator, right? So I just want to find out, there's this construct that we've created in our sector that whoever is coming in has to be trained as a teacher, has to be someone who has studied education. Do you really think that our colleges of education have the talent that we need currently? Or should we go outside? Using myself as a case study, should we go outside to look for these talents? So I would like to start with Dr. Sorry, I called you doctor, but
You're giving me a doctorate.
I'm giving you a doctorate degree,
That's
so I would like to start with Ms. Bukola.
Dishing them out.
I think it's nice that you're directing that at me first, because I came into education from law. So I'm a lawyer turned educationist. That's my first degree. I practiced for a while before I went into education. But nevertheless, I still had to ensure that I have all the right certificates to support that. And it's not just about the certificates. And I believe that teaching is a professional job. So it's not a job you go into just because you have passion for it or because you were taught in class. So no matter how passionate I am about being the pilot, will I fly a plane? No. I will get all that I need to be able to fly planes. So the same way, I think, even as a teacher, if you have the passion for it, if you're coming from any profession, please go get all the right stuff, because they're also teaching techniques to this. We don't want you to use our children, the future of tomorrow, to use them as guinea pigs. We don't want you to try and fail, and then at some point, somehow, you get it right. Also, because teaching, it's very easy for you to get away with it. With medicine, you can't get away with it because you could actually kill someone immediately. But in actual fact, you're slowly killing a destiny without actually realizing it. So one of the examples I make to my teachers is, if you're a very weak maths teacher and you're teaching a future mathematician, over the time, the child's ability in maths is reducing over the time. And then the child starts saying, well, I don't really like maths. I don't want to study maths anymore. Not knowing that it's because of the impact you're making in the classrooms. Also, gaps left in children's learning sometimes are not very easy to identify. So one of it, I use myself as an example. I find it very difficult to quickly identify my right hand and my left hand. I have to pause, think, then go this way. This is my right.
You're not alone. You're not alone.
So I do that. But I know that if my teacher, my class teacher, had spotted that when I was in key stage 1, because I remember clearly in class, they say, everybody put up your right hand. I do this, do this, do this. Oh, everybody has this one up. So I do that. If the teacher has just noticed that, and close that gap in my learning. Say, okay, Buki, can you pass me that pencil with your right hand? Can you give me that with your left hand? Just those little acts could have closed that gap in my learning. So it's a professional job. You need to be equipped to do it so that you do it right.
Yes. So I would like to move over to Mrs. Funke Amber Fowler, and she's online with us right now. And I would like to direct this question to her as well. From what we are saying, two things should be in play: passion and then qualification, right? So I would like to ask Mrs. Funke Fowler Amber, from your experience, how have you been able to, develop talents? You've been running a school for over 10, 15 years, 20 years right now, and you've had several teachers come up to you to, work with you, be mentored by you in your school. Can you categorically say that when all these teachers joined your school, they all had the right qualification? And can you also give us a little testimonial about some of these teachers who didn't have the right testimonial but gained the right training under you and are even one of the best teachers you have currently?
Thank you so much. It's very intimidating with all these women around, but thank you all for what you do in the education space. I think primarily what happens a lot of times is that we don't connect with our community. And when you don't connect with your community, you really don't uh, see the talent that you have. And another thing is that culture, especially in Africa, has overtaken the workspace. So you find that people are left not with a voice. So one of the things we do in our space is to make sure that everyone has a voice. And how do we do that? We make sure that there's a connection with employees, and everything that we do, we give everybody an opportunity. And you would now see that people do have hidden talents. And one of the things that I do is just like the ladies on there, I'm sure they do the same thing. I go into the classroom a lot. I make sure that when we have activities, we rotate who is in charge of the activities. And that way you see a lot of talent coming in. For instance, just to talk about an example of what happened to us recently, I have a teacher who is extremely gifted. Uh, we didn't know she was gifted, but she was very good in the classroom, and I didn't want to lose her. So she wanted to go back to school. So one of the things that I did was that I had her work a 4-day work week. And with the 4-day work week, I have been using her during the day to do other things, and I have seen that she will be in line to for succession, just like Buki has mentioned. So one of the things that we're doing to bring about talent is not to load on our heads of departments, but to make sure that they take ownership of their departments, and they also choose 2 successors who are in line. They choose talents from their departments, and we make sure that we include them in some of our management meetings as well. So I think it's really having a meaning connection with your community and ensuring that culture does not silence people, and it's not so heavy on top with your management, and have an environment where people are able to, to speak. We come from an environment, especially in Africa, where, when the HOD is coming, you carry the chair, and it's the HOD's law and no other law. So I think it's just for us to reevaluate the education space and prepare for the future of education. I hope you heard me. Oh, you didn't hear me?
Fowler Amber.
Sorry, did
That
you
was
hear me?
amazing. And just with what she said, it also reminded me of my life as a young teacher. Then I worked in a school. I wouldn't want to call the name, but a top school in Lagos. And one of the ways they actually retained some of us, because I was working in the bank then before I joined the educational sector, was to develop a program, like a graduate trainee program, right? And they put us under mentorship and did several things. And, it helped us. Many of us who started our career in that format are better teachers right now. But there's a problem. I've been talking to a lot of school owners before today to get some insights from the public, right? Like a kind of research. And one thing they always say that is their greatest fear about investing in professional development of teachers is that these teachers leave. So how do I, as a private school owner who has to run my business and do pay a lot of bills, so to say, train these teachers, and then after 1 year, they're out. Another school is like a competition, right? Dog eat dog, where another school would see this teacher and see the talent and then give the teacher a higher pay or a higher salary and then attract them to that school and they leave. So how do we solve this? I want you to share your experience with us, Landy. How do we solve this kind of problem where after training teachers, they easily leave the school and then they go into other sectors or even go to another school?
Okay. Basically, when you are a leader, you have to allow your staff the space to grow, to be free to move. I always have this saying that leaders produce leaders. And when your staff has to grow and go for greener pastures elsewhere, you should encourage them to do so. And when you are investing in your educators in any form, you actually embrace them and you build their morale, especially if, for instance, personally, I always identify teachers that are novice teachers who haven't been to any environment. And when I was a principal back then, I would then invest in these teachers and encourage them to be part of the school family. We called ourselves a family. And when they are feeling valued and comfortable within the school, it's not very easy for them to move to another parallel level because they feel welcomed, they're feeling at home, and they want to be part of the growth. And very importantly is to have an open door policy and succession plans. I always say, as teachers, nothing prepares you for being a departmental head, deputy principal, or even a principal for that matter. So therefore, you identify potential and you invest and you give them opportunities to act in these particular positions so that when they have to grow elsewhere, they become leaders and it's part of the legacy that you've done. And as you are doing that, you also identify other teachers. So when a leader leaves, or a teacher for that matter, then the school is still stable and there is normality. When people come and there is a norm and a trend and the manner in which we do things, everybody embraces that. Then there is no fear of losing teachers because you are actually allowing them to grow. And they will always be connected to the school because they've been a beautiful part of the school.
Can I give you a quote?
I think that's also, I just want to ask, it's looking more like a utopia. I know it's possible, but I'm looking at our sector in Africa, looking at payments and remuneration of teachers, for example. Do you think this is actually possible? I'll allow Dr. Mutu to respond to that.
My very good friend, Betty Kimani, back in Kenya, says this whenever this, because it comes up in all private school discussions. She says, which is better, to train and they go, or to not train and they stay? And all of us who run a school have experienced that untrained person who does not go anywhere. This is the risk that we school owners have to take. Invest in our teachers, because this is what we are discussing today. This is talent management. Okay, so we have talent. Everybody who comes to us has potential. Identify that potential. Have the organizational culture that allows the best of themselves to show up. Then build upon it. Train them. I mean, we live in a wonderful world today. I cannot compare. I've been working for 30 years in education space. I cannot compare just 15 years ago and today. Today, you just need to go online. If you're a driven teacher, you just need a management setup that says, "Oh, I think you're good at drama. Why don't you do this on Allison, which is free? See whether you can do this. Oh, there's this training. How many teachers can we send there? that amount. Just bits of professional training that bring out the enthusiasm, the best in them. That teacher, for the duration they are there, if the organizational culture in your school is enabling, chances are those small things are what will keep them in that school. Just those small little things. And they may turn down a job offer that is slightly better because you are enabling them. Dr. Chin was giving us examples in the room of things he's done where he's enabled people who can't, people disadvantaged, to just get access, and they've just sort of come together and gelled and made it happen. And this is what the risk that we private schools have to take. I don't think it's even negotiable in my, the alternative is far worse than not it's not something we should contemplate. We live in a very new world that has so much that is affordable, that giving people the opportunity to access it doesn't necessarily cost us what it used to cost us 10, 15 years ago. We have no excuses as school owners, as school managers, as HODs. We do not have the excuse now of cost. Things are now easier to access, to enable talent,
Yeah, so many
to
free
grow.
courses, yeah.
Yes, to grow, and therefore you retain it.
Yes.
You stand a chance to retain it.
Yes. So that brings me to my next question. I've also had conversations with teachers, and they keep saying things like, my school owner sends me to trainings that I do not need at that point, and they make me sign what language
Bond.
would I use? Bond. Yes, like I have to sign a bond for 3 years or 4 years that I'm not leaving the school because they've sent me to a training that I may never need or use in the classroom. Now, how do we as school leaders identify the needs of our teachers and even the non-teaching staff as well? How do we identify their needs so that we can actually look for the right training that they need and that they can practice in the classroom or in the school?
Okay, I will first say there is an anomaly in what that particular teacher has told you, because it's possible that the school owners identified an hidden talent in that person. It's quite expensive to send someone for a training that you would have to bond that person for 3 years. It must be pretty expensive. And so I don't believe that you would send someone for a training that they won't need. If they don't need it in the classroom, then they're probably thinking about a promotion, an administrative role for that person, and say, I think we need to equip you to become the principal or to become the vice principal. So you might not necessarily be in the classroom, but you're being equipped. And it goes back to what I said at the beginning, finding the round pegs to fit the round hole and looking at that talent. So I'll give an example. I had a class teacher that was struggling in the classroom. And at the point of when we thought of exits for this teacher, because it was becoming bothersome, parents were not happy, we were not happy with the result. But a very vibrant person, and I know it's not because of being lazy, but we found that this person is also very active and useful with other things. So we had the meeting. I called the person for the meeting. Do you mind if I move you from the classroom into this department and everything? And you can also use your knowledge from the classroom to begin to take on board this role. It's one of the best decisions I've taken. She's flourishing, doing so well, extremely reliable. I can't imagine not having this lady in my system. In fact, some things come to the table, I'm like, did this go through her? I'm sure she would have dealt with this very well. So it's actually fitting the round. And sometimes we do believe. So when I was finishing school, I thought I was going to be a lawyer. I'm going to be very good in it. But I found hidden talents in myself. So sometimes as we grow and opportunities avail us, we begin to also unfold, see things about us. So people begin, oh, you could do this, oh, you're very good. We found teachers that were very good MCs.
Yeah.
That is not in the classroom. That has nothing to do with teaching. But they're very good. They anchor school programs, and it's like we bought a basket mouth or a bovie in. Yeah, so they are hidden talents.
And I used to complain then, oh, they are stressing me. They are stressing me. And that brings me to my next question, and I'm going to ask Mrs. Funke Fala Amber, how do we, you said something about um, allowing them, communicating with them what your dreams are for them. Probably if such teachers understood what the succession plans are, they would openly accept such trainings and do it wholeheartedly. So I'd like to ask you, Ma, how do you create that work-life balance in such a way that the teachers really understand why they need to receive these trainings without, facing too much mental stress in the classroom? Because sometimes they argue as well that they have a lot to do, meet up with so many trainings, and then still meet up with their daily role as teachers or as non-academic staff.
I must say that I think a lot of negativity concerning training and other things stems from the fact that we do not explain things to people. When people don't take ownership of what they're supposed to do, then it becomes a block. So I think that the first thing is that they need to take ownership. There needs to be an explanation. And then we're not evaluating, we're not doing audits. I think a lot of us in the school space, we don't audit our staff. And what do I mean by audit? Sit with them, let them write about themselves, what their interests are, have conversations. And you would find that through feedback, you will find very interesting things about people. So I think it's about us understanding that we need to audit our systems. We need to audit the people, just like Buki just mentioned. A teacher was not very good in the classroom, and she brought her in, because we have to understand something. Right now in the UK, they're spending almost 117 billion on mental health. And a lot of people are not enjoying their jobs. And as much as we may say, oh, mental health is not an African problem, it is, because the people that are working for you are on the internet. They're interacting like other people globally. So it is important you also create a work balance for them to make sure that you're helping their mental health, because unfortunately, unlike other places in the world where they have access to mental health support, we don't. So I think it's a conversation we always need to have, and I think that it's also very important for teachers to understand that it's not a matter of school owners against employees. It's a symbiotic relationship. We need each other. So I think as long as we understand we need each other, and it's really explaining, because I also say to you, there's an author that I know, his name is Benjamin Hardy. He says that we spend 80% of our time outside of work learning new things. So everybody is able to learn if you explain what exactly they're supposed to be learning, then they take ownership of that role.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Funke Fowler Amber. That was amazing. I'm learning a lot. I wish I owned my own school, so I'll just tap into all this wisdom. And we'll get to the final question for today. I'd like us to discuss what we've done in our various spaces. I know Mrs. Bukola Adewi has said a lot of things that she has done. So I'll allow Landy to talk about all the things that she's done, so far to retain this staff, because it's not just about training them. How do we retain them? How do we ensure, without use of force, like signing bonds, for example, that we retain this staff and at least they stay back and work in our schools and grow and develop the students in our school? Because even if, you said something about allow them go, it's painful to lose a very good staff, right? So what have you done to be able to maintain your staff even after training them?
Right, very interesting question, which allows me to reflect on my leadership journey and as a school principal, and I am actually using some of those initiatives in my capacity as a director at this stage. Well, I had a very interesting life as a principal where I did not necessarily build a school in terms of colleagues. We actually built a family and we called ourselves a family. And sometimes it has a lot to do with your character and personality as a leader. I do want to mention that building those relationships is very pivotal and key. And when you are loyal to your staff, they automatically become loyal to you as well. So we had the little things. Sometimes it's the little things that you are doing in an institution that contribute to the ethos and the organizational culture and climate of an institution. For instance, we had something that is called Secret Friends, where educators and staff would get somebody that looks after them during an academic term. And that was always the highlight because you would walk into the school and not possibly feeling well on the day. And you would find we had little boxes with our names where you drop something, even if it's an inspirational note, a sweet, a chocolate, or anything, could be an apple. And the joy that teachers found when they walk in and they would say, "Oh, I've got something in my box," and that was very exciting. It's those little things that you create over and above the normal systems. And then at the end of the term, we then buy each other big presents. And I always said we have Christmas 4 times in the year. Then what I also did as a principal, I always encouraged teachers under my wing to study and further their career. And sometimes you have to bend the rules to support your staff so that they can invest back into the school. And when my staff is writing exams, for instance, I would assist them and support and understand, besides the days that you get for your timetable, we would go the extra mile and speak to the board of governors and employ an assistant teacher to allow the teacher to have less stress, because one of our foci is psychosocial support for our educators. So when they feel supported and there's a strong, solid support systems, as an academic myself, I always had those one-on-ones and engagements with them to actually find out, where are you in your writing? Let's talk about this. So you build that relationship and they feel as the member of the team. Another awesome thing that worked at school is our amazing bonding sessions that we would have, where we would choose certain intervals and we would say, we're going to sit around in the staff room, drink tea and muffins, and we are going to talk about everything else but the school. So we talk about our personal lives, our experiences, and in that way we get to know one another and support one another. And sometimes during those sessions, especially those teachers who are new in the system, would then be having conversations where, if you are experiencing difficulty in the classroom, how do you handle that? And then your more experienced teachers would then have that conversation and interact with you, so that when you are struggling as a teacher, you must remember at varsity, they don't teach you how to handle a noisy class. Those are the things that have to come. So we then support one another and then team a strong teacher with a new entrant to make sure that they learn the basics and the skills that they need to thrive. And in that way, an educator feels supported, they feel more confident, and they know that help is a stone throw away. They don't feel all alone, because we can demoralize and kill teachers when they walk into the classroom and you have your children that will test you. And then they would say, am I in the right profession? So therefore, this is where they need that particular support structure.
we
There's
have
so much
we have
that
a
we
lot
can
to
say.
share today, but we are out of time. We've been told our time is up, so we
Okay.
just round up right now. I want us to give our last word. And then to the audience, just know that these beautiful ladies will be here tomorrow. So if you want to ask more questions or talk to them, just join the session tomorrow physically at Landmark Event Center, and then we'll continue discussion from there. So your final words about sustainability through talent retention. I'll start with you, Dr. Mutu.
Make no mistake. Now I'm speaking to school owners, to principals in the private sector. that talent management is a process. It's not something that, if it is to be sustainable, it has to be embedded within a process. There's a board, there's what the board does, which is talent oversight. They are the people who pay the salaries. They are the people who come in occasionally in schools and watch a function and then come in and say, "Ooh, that teacher, I want to meet that teacher." Putting in place the structures to ensure that this happens. There's a talent orchestration. This is where the principal sits. This is where your chief financial officer sits, because where will the money for some of these things come from? This is where your HR sits as well, the C-suite people in your organization. These are the people who now orchestrate and place and make sure that things happen. They are the talent accelerators. This is where your HODs sit. These are the people who are supposed not to put you down when you have been identified. This is where your subject panel people sit. This is where your extracurricular activity in charge, the HOD in charge of that sits. These are the people who then now will accelerate. You have the sustainability, and this is where the individual teachers sit. In a school, you must have a culture of supporting that kind of thing. And this is what we call acceleration, sustainability, sorry. Because as long as the school itself does not have a certain type of culture that enables people to thrive outside difference, that you're not being seen as a weak person because you're removed from here and put there, that you're still supported and part of a team, then we have a problem in that school. So remember this, directors, teachers, head teachers, all the people who are attending this online, it is a process. And as a process, it has a system. And it starts right at the top. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining us, ladies. Thank you to Mrs. Olufunke Fowler Amber. Thank you so much. I know that you would have been, come here for, you would have come here physically to join us today, but we still benefited a lot from you virtually. We were really grateful. Thank you, Landy, and thank you, Mrs. Adewi. Thank you very much. So we'll go on a short break and then we'll continue with the next session. Thank you.
Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. With your up are better than this. I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress when you spend it. Just a few steps that load the last first time you don't solve half of your worries. Share the views you want pay. I been the money you want say. The solution don't take. All you need is a lot again. A lot, yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Rashidat Sadiq and I'm a 1 Million Teachers Black Belt. The 1 Million Teacher and Girl Rising training has really impacted positively on my teaching. I have always been a proponent of equal opportunity, but realized after taking the course that for all to thrive in the education space, there has to be equal representation as well. So I strive to have classroom charts and posters with both males and females in various roles. I also try to ensure good balance when setting questions and creating worksheets. Another key takeaway for me from this learning experience was realizing the importance of equity over equality as a means of achieving progress and growth for all. I am now fully equipped to educate others, especially my students, on the need to abandon negative stereotypes and overcome gender bias so everyone can attain their full potentials. Thank you.
Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. Which other offer better than this? I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress when you spend it. Just a few steps that load the last first time you don't solve half of your worries. Share the views you want pay. I been the money you want say. The solution don't take. All you need is a lot again. A lot, yeah. Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. Which other offer better than this? I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress when you spend it. Just a few steps that load the last first time you don't solve half of your worries. Share the views you want pay. I been the money you want say. The solution don't take. All you need is a lot again. A lot, yeah. Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. Which other offer better than this? I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress when you spend it. Just a few steps that load the last first time you don't solve half of your worries. Share the views you want pay. I been the money you want say. The solution don't take. All you need is a lot again. A lot, yeah. Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. Which other offer better than this? I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress when you spend it. Just a few steps that load the last first time you don't solve half of your worries. Share the views you want pay. I been the money you want say. The solution don't take. All you need is a lot again. A lot, yeah. Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. Which other offer better than this? I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress when you spend it. Just a few steps that load the last first time you don't solve half of your worries. Share the views you want pay. I been the money you want say. The solution don't.
Mr. Tunde Mabawonko is the ED of Wema Bank, Retail and Digital. He has close to 20 years of post-qualification experience in banking, with vast experience cutting across financial control, performance management, strategy-related functions. He played a key role in the digital transformation team and birthed the first digital bank in Africa, Alat. Tunde holds a master's in finance from London Business School, London, and a BSc in economics from the University of Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria. Please let's welcome Mr. Tunde Mabawoko as he joins us live.
Thank you very much and good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here, dialing in from Lagos, Nigeria. And I've listened to the presentations and the speakers and the panelists in the last couple of hours. And for me, it's been tremendous. One thing that caught me was one of the quotes by Dr. Chin. And it said that we should, if we change the way we look at things, and the things we look at will change. That change the way we look at things and the things we look at will change. On that note, I'm supposed to give the opening speech on Audacious. So ladies and gentlemen, let me do the formal part of my presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed educators, future leaders of our nation, distinguished policymakers and honored guests. I stand before you today to discuss a topic of utmost importance, Audacious. In the realm of education, audacity goes beyond the confines of the classroom. It extends to institutions, organizations that support and empower educators, students, parents, guardians, and all stakeholders in critical educational journey. In talking about the audacious journey, I really must also chime in a little bit about Wema Bank. We are a 78-year-old financial institution. We've been in Nigeria since 1945 through ups and downs. But the last couple of years, we set ourselves on an audacious journey that let us change the way digital banking is being done in Nigeria. And we launched Alat 6 years ago. And sincerely, what I can say is the rest is history. We've been able to onboard over 2 million customers, transacting daily, and we plan to grow that to at least 5 million. But one of the things we've done is that we see value, the cutting edge in digital. So we've partnered to use technology to provide solutions for societal impact. And that is why it's key for us in this partnership today. We have over 20 million out-of-school students in Nigeria. Our objective is to bring industry leaders, strategic partners into the sector to significantly reduce this number. In WEMA and in partnership with key stakeholders, we have established an education vertical within our partnerships group to explore ways to address this issue. We found a partner in Edves, a partner that proudly holds the title of the largest educational portal for K-12 students, teachers, and parents in Africa. The impact of Edves sincerely cannot be underestimated. Just like we did with Alat, Edves has disrupted the financial space by closing the gap for unbanked citizens through digitalization. Edves has reached out to communities, bridging the literacy gap. And our partnership in organizing this summit provides students, educators, parents with a platform that promotes literacy, entrepreneurship, and inclusion. It also allows students to manage their finances and explore entrepreneurial opportunities. And like one of the speakers mentioned, audacity knows no bounds. One story I would quickly like to share. We have a partnership with a big musician, and it all just started like child's play a couple of months ago. He did a post and it started going viral, and we reflected internally that should we not? And my guys came to me and I said, guys, if we have to be audacious, we need to do things big. Let's also contribute to this journey. And we put in some contribution, and the virality, the initiative started going a lot more viral. And we looked at ourselves that if we really want to be a part of this, don't let's just sit back and be watching things. Guys, get on the next flight to Dubai to go and meet this musician and show him that we will work and we'll put our money where our mouth is. And the guys flew up to Dubai to meet the brand ambassador. And before he knew what was happening, he was thrilled that you mean a bank who see all of this and get on the plane and come to meet me. But we loved what he represented, that audacious mindset, and we keyed into that audacity. And we've been able to do a lot more with that partner. And for those that read a lot, there was one book written by, I think it was Barack Obama a couple of years ago, The Audacity of Hope. And what he tried to show in that journey is that a black man could take that stand. There's an opportunity to be the president of America. Let me take a step back. Let me push. Let me break down the barriers, and let me see if I can make it. And Barack did 2 terms as American president before stepping down. So really, like I mentioned, audacity knows no bounds. It is a mindset thing. It's a mindset that can revolutionize education, banking, and any other domain that we choose. It demonstrates how institutions can embrace change, adapt, and be evolving to customer needs. Dear policymakers and guests, the audacity we embrace today will shape the leaders, innovators, change makers of tomorrow. We have the power to inspire minds, ignite the spark of curiosity, and unleash potential within every student. Let us dare to dream audacity, act audaciously, and lead audaciously. And as I conclude, I invite everyone to join us in this pursuit. Let us reimagine education. I like what the last panel spoke about, encouraging administrators, teachers, facilitators, but the way education has to change. And I think working with partners, with Edves, and with renowned administrators that we've seen, we can reshape the landscape and make Nigeria that beacon of light in the education landscape. So ladies and gentlemen, together we can create a future where audacity becomes the norm, where education becomes a catalyst for a brighter and more inclusive world. Thank you for your kind attention. And what I can just say is, let the audacious journey begin. Thank you very much.
Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. Which other offer better than this? I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress when you spend it. Just a few steps that load the large first, and you don't solve half of your worries. Share the views you want pay. I been the money you want say. The solution don't take. All you need is a lot again. A lot, yeah.
Edves is solving a lot of problems for us. It is centralizing all the information. Temple School has 4 locations, and so children that pass through us.
We're lucky that we were able to get the Edves team on board before the lockdown, because with that we had all the information very centrally, and having that was very easy for us to be able to communicate all the different changes.
We now don't have to go to different places to get information. So you don't need to get different spreadsheets. You don't need to get access to different reports. You can eliminate the paperwork. That helps you, you know. I can actually be at a party and I can check on my phone and know what is going on. So,
okay, we do reports. But what do these reports tell us about our students? Can we have descriptive statements? For the first time, we were able to do that at the end of the last academic session, where not only did we have the grades and ranking of the students, but every teacher had the opportunity to describe the child within their setting, how well they're doing, how well they're coping with the lessons or the subject, and the needs for them to improve. And that was, for me, a big step, because our parents actually embraced.
Edves has helped us concerning
Coretta Martin. Coretta Martin is a lifelong educator on a mission towards social justice by ensuring quality education and economic growth for Black and Brown people worldwide. She is currently the Chief Academic and Strategy Officer, KIPP, Massachusetts. Serving as a teacher, school-based instructional leader, special education director, and systems-level academic leader. Her career has allowed her to work with students at the elementary, middle, and high school levels. With a passion for global education and social justice, Coretta prioritizes working with international organizations specializing in teacher and leader training, curriculum development, and increasing access to study abroad opportunities for people of color. She received a Bachelor of Science degree in Communication Sciences and Disorders with a minor in French from Howard University, and received a Master of Arts degree in Education from the University of Southern California. She is currently a student at the Harvard University, studying Global Development Practice, and is a member of the University of Pennsylvania Project-Based Learning Graduate Certificate Program. A resounding round of applause for Coretta Martin as she graces the stage.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I'm so excited to talk to you all a little bit about leadership today. My name is Coretta Martin, and I'm going to start exploring a little bit about the topic of leadership and the new notion that is education context right now across the world. I'm the founder of a special education software company called IEPME, and I'm the former chief academic officer for KIPP, Massachusetts in Boston. And when I think about leadership, I think about who I am, I think about what I enjoy doing, and I'm really a coach. I love being a coach. I've served as a teacher, as a leader, a school administrator, a systems level administrator, overseeing 5 schools. But at the end of the day, what I absolutely love doing is coaching individuals, coaching teams, and bringing people together towards a common goal. And when I'm thinking about us leading, us being leaders in a time where education is evolving more and more and more, I think about my role as a coach. So as coaches in the education space, we have teachers. And I want to tell you guys a story about a time when I was coaching a teacher. I remember it was after lunch, so of course everyone was tired, but there was so much energy in this classroom. I walk in and I see one of my favorite teachers. Now, this is your ideal teacher. This teacher is knowledgeable. This teacher is passionate. This teacher was really prepared with high quality instruction, a rigorous lesson, and the kids were excited as well. They all went to their seats, they sat down, they were looking at the teacher, and they were ready to learn. However, as the lesson started, I found myself getting more and more tired. And while the teacher was teaching, the instruction was strong, I noticed that glazed over look that we see in students' eyes. And I was like, what's happening here? So I walked over to one of my favorite students, Malik, and Malik is always quiet, he's always focused, he's always listening. He had a pencil in his hand, he was looking at his teacher, he was listening, but he wasn't really engaging in the learning experience. He was really just sitting. He was a spectator in what was supposed to be learning at school. And at that moment, I realized, wow, we have knowledge, we have passion, we have high quality instruction, but perhaps we're missing something vital. And maybe that thing that's vital is really our student. How are we seeing student voice in our academic situations? So while we may not have historically involved students in the ideation and the creation of our schools, I beg us to sort of consider the question, how do we as leaders navigate the change needed to create truly student-centered environments? So as a leader, I had to step back and I was like, all right, we have to do something different. What is my vision? Because as you all know, we cannot just jump into a conversation with teachers without a clear vision. So in my vision, I was like, okay, we need to have high quality instruction and it needs to continue because what's ultimately important is that our students learn. We need to ensure that there's a love of learning. We need to know that every single student loves school. They love math, they love reading, and they're there every day to learn more and more and more. And then finally, it was important that school was personalized, that school is individualized for every student, and that they feel that cultural relevance within the school system. They could see themselves in the math problem. They could see themselves within science. And I set this vision. After setting a vision, it's important, especially for the academics out there, to have a framework that you root yourself on. How are we going to measure where we are and where we want to be? So I thought about student engagement, thought about this ladder of participation, and thought, how do we move from allowing students to be not just decoration in the classroom, not just people that are hearing learning, but really becoming child-initiated, student-centered environments? But as a leader, you also have to think about what's going to stop me. Teachers often said, what about time constraints? When are we going to do this? Okay, we'll have to be creative. What about buy-in? What if kids don't want to help plan? What if parents don't like this? The importance of relationships and rationale. What about students' ability levels? In the United States, 1 in 5 students has a learning disability or learning difference. How will we support all of them? We're going to have to learn about accommodations. What about admin, districts? Where are we going to get that research and rationale? And how are we going to get these resources to share best practices? As a leader, I had to think of these things and get ahead of some of the common blockers to figure out what might stop me from getting from where we are to where we want to be. There's currently a new notion that requires a deep examination on how we engage students in the learning experience. And because of that, as leaders, we now have to be agile more than ever. We need to be adaptable and we need to be forward thinking so we can stay ahead of the modern trends. So because of that, successful leadership is changing the landscape to not only discuss with ourselves as we collaborate, but also with our teams, the importance of continual learning, having a deep understanding of what is the educational context. What's TikTok? What's Instagram? How do we use it in school? Let's talk about it. We also have to think about how we foster that collaboration. At this conference, there are people from all sorts of different schools, different environments, public, private, many different continents. How are we working together to collaborate for effective leadership as we navigate this change? And as we foster this collaboration, what does it look like as individuals? What does it look like for individuals when we're thinking about working with our teachers, working with our students? And how do we work together? How do we really put in place the things that are needed to support our teachers? What are the structures? What are the mindsets? And what are the things that we really must do to ensure that we're all working together towards this clear vision? So we did that. I met with this teacher again. I was like, okay, let's sit back. Let's figure out how are we going to bring student voice into the classroom. So we got into the weeds together. We planned student interviews. We sat down and interviewed teachers. We sat down and we thought of different projects we could make to find out how do our students feel about school and what is it that we need. And then we co-planned together. I didn't just say, hey, this is what we're going to do, go do it. We sat down and we planned together. And at every conversation, in every moment, we thought about the student at the center. And that led to student outcomes. Student voice led to student outcomes. That same student, Malik, who was sitting there, eyes glazed over, not really paying attention, he did more projects than he ever did. He was able to connect mathematics and science to his own life so that the teacher didn't have to do all of that on their own. They just created the structures for the student to be able to do that for themselves. And then ultimately, Malik was able to create his own math goals, his own science goals, to push himself beyond what may not have happened before when he was just sitting in the classroom structure, just receiving information that he wasn't really a part of. Education's changing fast. We know it, everyone knows it. And as leaders, we have an amazing opportunity. We have the opportunity to both highlight the wisdom, which is what has traditionally happened in schools, but also embrace the complexities of this new educational context and where we're going as educators and where we're going as leaders. Thank you all for taking time to talk with me today. And I'm excited to dive more into this tomorrow during our panel, where we're going to be thinking about leadership. We're going to be thinking about change, and we're going to be thinking about what's new in the education space and how we can all come together to fight through these complexities. One last question to consider as we wrap up. How can and how will you be a catalyst for the new notion in education for your organization? Thank you so much. I'm excited to talk to you all more tomorrow.
Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. Which other up are better than this? I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress when you spend it. Just a few steps that load the lot first. Now you don't solve half of your worries. Share the views you want pay. I been the money you want save. The solution don't take. All you need is a lot again. A lot.
Hi everyone, my name is Rashidat Sadiq and I'm a 1 Million Teachers Black Belt. The 1 Million Teacher and Girl Rising training has really impacted positively on my teaching. I have always been a proponent of equal opportunity, but realized after taking the course that for all to thrive in the education space, there has to be equal representation as well. So I strive to have classroom charts and posters with both males and females in various roles. I also try to ensure good balance when setting questions and creating worksheets. Another key takeaway for me from this learning experience was realizing the importance of equity over equality as a means of achieving progress and growth for all. I am now fully equipped to educate others, especially my students, on the need to abandon negative stereotypes and overcome gender bias so everyone can attain their full potentials. Thank you.
Customers want answers. Not in 2 days, not in 24 hours, but now. Is your business struggling to keep up with rising customer expectations in today's digital era? Do you find it challenging to provide instant and around-the-clock customer support? What if there were a tool that allowed you to offer 24/7 customer support across all your traditional and social media platforms? Introducing Ibanco. Ibanco delivers intelligent chat solutions that allow you to utilize the power of live chat interaction and self-service technology. Our AI-powered conversational chatbots serve as a first response unit for your business and provide instant gratification to customers. Ibanco answers questions, resolves issues, integrates with existing business tools, escalates complex requests to customer service representatives, logs issues in your help desk, and offers numerous self-service options 24/7. With Ibanco, creating better customer experiences is easy.
Scaling up in your academic performance shouldn't be a hurdle. Imagine getting support from a product that cares. PQ by Edves. Take mock tests and exams on external exams of your choice, such as WAEC, NECO, IGCSE, and more. Get to know your weaknesses and strengths in various subjects after each test through analyzed data. Click on the link to get started now. Scaling up in your academic performance.
Dr. Kathy Perkins. Dr. Kathy Perkins directs PhET interactive simulations at the University of Colorado Boulder and is a faculty member in the Department of Physics Education Research Group. Our work focuses on advancing the design and classroom use of interactive simulations to increase engagement, learning and equity in STEM education, and on strategies for scaling impact globally. She is a fellow of the American Physical Society and of the International Society for Design and Development in Education, and has authored over 60 articles on STEM education. Under her leadership, PhET's team has expanded to new content areas, grown usage to over 250 million SIM users per year worldwide. Partnered with dozens of edtech companies to bring high-quality simulations to your products and received international recognition, including being named a 2017 WISE Awards winner and a 2011 Tech Award laureate. In 2021, with support from the Eden Prize Foundation, our team launched PhET Global, deepening PhET's work to make effective science and math education accessible to all. With a resounding applause, please welcome Dr. Kathy Perkins as she delivers a keynote address on STEM education for all, empowering the next generation of innovators.
Well, I want to start by thanking Dimoji and the entire Edves team for inviting me to join you for this important event. I'm enjoying my time in Lagos, and I'm excited to talk to you about the importance of STEM education for all and the reason we need to empower the next generation of learners to be innovators in STEM. So right now, globally and locally here on the African continent, we're faced with a number of challenges that we're going to have to solve if we're going to have a sustainable future. And to do that, we need the next generation of innovators to be able to think creatively about deep solutions and innovations to tackle these complex challenges. And these challenges are occurring across sectors. We have challenges in energy, health, food production, manufacturing, water, climate change, infrastructure, and environmental pollution. These challenges have led to a call. Basically, these challenges are needed. We need solutions for these challenges in order to address the visions that have been put forth by people such as the United Nations and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the vision put forth by the African Union in the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. The need for these innovators have led to a call for investment in STEM education by African leadership. So the Association for Development of Education in Africa, ADEA, is calling for to accelerate investment in quality STEM education and to take up this emerging opportunity that we have for many jobs in STEM that we need to address these challenges. In addition, a recent United Nations policy brief highlights the importance of STEM education as an enabler for development and peace, and to promote STEM education in order to foster the kind of innovators that we need to pave the way in development. Excuse me. So when we think about educating the next generation to be this set of innovators we really need to think about what are they going to need to be able to do when they're through with their schooling. And in order to really set forth the kind of learning goals we need to look at the practices that STEM professionals engage in. So what do STEM professionals do? Well, they begin with curiosity about the world, curiosity about the problems that they're trying to solve. They engage in experimentation. They collect evidence. They look at data. They make predictions. They interpret that data. They analyze that data. They come up with explanations. They do additional testing. They use reasoning. They look at limits. They evaluate the assumptions. They involve mechanisms and models. They consider things around uncertainty. And they do this in an environment where they're collaborating with other STEM professionals to come together to solve these problems. So these are the things that students need to be doing in school. And so our future innovators need to develop these skills and ways of thinking in our schooling. However, the challenge is that STEM learning is often far from STEM practice. So in class, we see focus on content learning, content knowledge only, which generally can lead to students not being engaged, where they're focused on memorization or just how to use the math without really developing that deep understanding around the content. In addition, in labs, often we find students engaged in cookbook procedures where they're not having to use those practices we just discussed, diving into designing their own experiment to making the decisions around that experimentation. And so our challenge is really like to consider how we can make STEM learning more like doing STEM, where students in the classroom are engaged in STEM inquiry, in these practices, they're involved in problem solving, and through those experiences, they're developing a much deeper understanding around the concepts, they're engaged in the practices, and with that, then they can become the innovators of tomorrow. So in their work, ADIA has identified challenges in achieving quality STEM education on the African continent. And one of the top challenges that has been identified in their surveys of principals, teachers, and education officials has been the inadequate resources and facilities that are needed to address STEM education, along with a laundry list of other reasons. And I want to ask you, what do you think? So in the chat, can you +1 if you agree that resources and facilities are a top challenge in Africa to address the needs of STEM education? Or if you have another top challenge, can you please add that to the chat so we can review your challenges between today and tomorrow and address them tomorrow. So over the last 20 years, we have been working on interactive simulations for teaching and learning science and math at PhET Interactive Simulations at the University of Colorado Boulder. These simulations can provide and be part of the solution to address the inadequate resources across the African continent. So these simulations are interactive and dynamic. They can engage students in those practices in the classroom. Teachers can use them in a variety of ways. And so they can help develop that deep understanding, even in very low-resourced classrooms and contexts. So over the past 20 years, PhET Interactive Simulations has developed 165 of these simulations, along with 3,000 sim-based lessons that have been contributed by our teacher community. There are simulations in physics, chemistry, math, earth science, and biology. There's content to cover topics in K-12 and the college level. These are all open educational resources, meaning they're free for educators to use in the classroom. And we have been attending to the needs of the African continent by making these simulations translatable. They're translated into over 110 languages, including over 10 African native African languages, including Hausa and Yoruba, spoken here in Nigeria. We also address the needs of situations where there is no internet connection. So you can access the simulations online, or we have several offline solutions that you'll learn about later today. So as you can see here, there's a laundry list of simulations covering everything from physics to math, and they're all available at our website. There are some key features to make these simulations able to be used flexibly and to address the needs in the classroom, to address those practices. So every simulation is highly interactive. The simulations provide immediate and dynamic feedback, so students can engage in testing their understanding and get the feedback they need from the simulation. They're embedded in real world context. So here you can see there's one is about circuits. They show dynamic visual content, and they show what students can't see with their own eyes. Oftentimes, students have to develop an image of what's happening dynamically in their head of things they can't see. So electrons flowing around in a circuit, or particles in an atom, or fields in space. So the simulations, as a result, provide students can support multiple learning goals, including those practices that we talked about that are needed for the innovators of tomorrow. So actively engaging students in developing that deeper STEM learning and those ways of thinking. So the simulations then become a very flexible tool. They're both high quality with high flexibility, so they can support many different contexts in which they can be used in the African continent. And here you can see just a few images of the simulations in action across the continent. Sorry. Thank you. Unfortunately, currently, PhET is underutilized in Africa. You can see here, post-COVID, the PhET use online. So you see that dominated by the Americas. Asia and Europe is pretty equivalent, but the online use in Africa is much lower. And we're looking to change that through partnerships, through different activities we have across the African continent. And the usage is likely greater than this, as we know there is quite a lot of offline use across Africa, but still we want to increase the use. And when we think about how best to use simulations in the African context, we need to think about that context and all the different layers that are contributing to what makes effective use and what can accelerate the uptake of simulations and really leverage them to the most extent possible in addressing the needs of providing high quality STEM education in Africa. So it begins at the inner circle where we have the students and the teachers and the activities. So what grade level are the students? What prior knowledge do they have coming in? What are the learning goals of the teacher? What are the pedagogical approaches that they're using in the classroom? At the next layer, we have the learning context. So is this happening in K-12 school, at the university, perhaps in an informal setting? Is it a large lecture? Do students have individual devices where they're working, or is there just one projector at the front of the room, or just one computer where the students can engage with the simulation? Also, what kind of tech is available? Like I said, the classroom projector, devices, and is this being done with or without experimental equipment or mathematical manipulatives? All of these are possible, and you can design the learning experience based on what resources are available. And then there's the context of the country, community, culture. So, you know, as I mentioned, there's language. We address that with translation. There's also the national curriculum, what's being called for, what kind of competencies are being asked for, what's the assessment that teachers are having to teach towards. I got it. Thanks. So how are we approaching this? So we have the PhET team based in the University of Colorado. We're creating these flexible, high-quality simulations that are really based on the latest learning and pedagogical resource, but we're then partnering with our partners across Africa who are leading the adoption, adaptation, integration, training, and research within Africa. And we have several programs that are currently ongoing. So we're partnering with African teacher leaders. Right now we have a fellowship program, and we have 34 fellows who are teacher leaders across Africa right now in 18 different countries, including 4 FET fellows here in Nigeria. We are also partnering with EdTech partners. So we have 10 African EdTech partners, including our colleagues here at Edves. And we are engaging the African academic researchers who have been studying the use of FET simulations in the context of Africa and supporting them to bring their research to teachers through a webinar series where they can translate that research into practice. So tomorrow we're going to continue this conversation. We're going to take a closer look at examples and how you can advance STEM education within your own context. And later today, not at 5:50, but later, we're going to have Shola, who is our African STEM specialist based here in Lagos, and Blessing, who is also a FET fellow based here in Lagos. They're gonna lead you through starting to explore the simulations on your own, learning about the fundamentals of FET simulations, and tomorrow they'll again deepen that engagement and show you the different ways that have been successful on the continent of advancing STEM education in classrooms. And I want to just finish with a thanks to our key supporters. And I'm not sure if there was time for questions, but thank you very much.
Today, the question is no longer, why do we have problems? But rather, how can we spin those challenges into opportunities? This is the revolutionary mindset we, students here at Academic City, are driven by. Academic City, we believe that the challenges of today are nothing like the opportunities of tomorrow. Hence, we're poised for the future. And so we say,
come join us.
Pakuli.
Jasanyani.
Uyai Tibatane.
Zafula Nabia.
Viens nous rejoindre.
Brabe Kayam. Ao, Amarasat Shame Gojao.
As we lead the charge to empower the next generation of future-ready leaders. Academic City University College, redefining university education. Today.
Sorry. Yeah, come on. This one is light. Yes.
Okay.
Share.
Setting.
How far is your camera focus? Yes. Can you shoot solution? Already.
Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. Which other offer better than this? I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress when you spend it. Just a few steps that load the lot first. And you don't solve out of your worries. Share the views you want pay. I been the money you want save. The solution don't take. All you need is a lot again. A lot, yeah. Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. Which other offer better than this? I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress when you spend it. Just a few steps that load the lot first. And you don't solve out of your worries. Share the views you want pay. I been the money you want save. The solution don't take. All you need is a lot again. A lot, yeah. Banking life made easy.
Scaling up in your academic performance shouldn't be a hurdle. Imagine getting support from a product that cares. PQ by Edves. Take mock tests and exams on external exams of your choice, such as WAEC, NECO, IGCSE, and more. Get to know your weaknesses and strengths in various subjects after each test through analyzed data. Click on the link to get started now. Scaling up in your academic performance shouldn't be a hurdle. Imagine getting support from a product that cares. PQ by Edves. Take mock tests and exams on external exams of your choice, such as WAEC, NECO, IGCSE, and more. Get to know your weaknesses and strengths in various subjects after each test through analyzed data. Click on the link to get started now.
Today, the question is no longer, why do we have problems? But rather, how can we spin those challenges into opportunities? This is the revolutionary mindset we, students here at Academic City, are driven by. Academic City, we believe that the challenges of today are nothing like the opportunities of tomorrow. Hence, we're poised for the future. And so we say,
come join us.
Pakuli.
Biasanyani.
Uyai Tibatane.
Zafula na bia.
Bien rejoindre.
Brabe Kanyam. Au, Amarasat Shamigo Jao.
As we lead the charge to empower the next generation of future educators. Academic City University College, redefining university.
This used to be me. Not anymore. With Edves, I can oversee and access all my school records from any part of the world. From a single dashboard, I track enrollments, monitor e-learning activities from homework uploaded to video lessons shared, as well as e-notes and CBT. I view payments inflow at a glance, monitor performance, and track attendance. Running a paperless school and reducing operational costs is possible with Edves. Edves CBT makes conducting school exams seamless, both online and on the school premises. It gets better. Parents can monitor their children's performance and pay fees. Amazingly, the days of being owed by parents are over. Parents can access school fees loan and you get paid in full. Students have access to assignments, video lessons, e-notes, quizzes, virtual classes, and over 160 math and science simulations. Beyond all this is Edves' amazing support. It is top-notch. Over 1,300 schools across 10 countries in Africa use and love Edves today. To see a free demo, log on to www.edves.net/free demo. Use Edves today. This used to be me. Not anymore. With Edves, I can oversee and access all my school records from any part of the world. From a single dashboard, I track enrollments, monitor e-learning activities from homework uploaded to video lessons shared, as well as e-notes and CBT. I view payments inflow at a glance, monitor performance, and track attendance. Running a paperless school and reducing operational costs is possible with Edves. Edves CBT makes conducting school exams seamless, both online and on the school premises. It gets better. Parents can monitor their children's performance and pay fees. Amazingly, the days of being owed by parents are over. Parents can access school fees loan and you get paid in full. Students have access to assignments, video lessons, e-notes, quizzes, virtual classes, and over.
Joining us right now is Patience Osinaike. She'll be speaking on learning acceleration. So she'll be focusing on the critical issue of literacy levels among students and strategies to accelerate learning outcomes. So over to Patience Osinaike.
With a background in early childhood education from St. Augustine Institute and the University of Lagos, Patience Osinaike is a trained and certified early childhood educator, and her work is centered around early childhood education and early years curriculum development, amongst others. She is an award-winning child protection advocate and volunteers her time to work with non-profit organizations focused on quality education for children and community development as a program coordinator and community volunteer. She currently hosts the Child Safety Radio Show every Saturday on Jordan 105.5 FM in Lagos, Nigeria. She is the team lead at the Early Years Learning Initiative, an e-learning platform that supports teachers, parents, and carers to raise a child who will develop holistically, enjoy a beautiful and rich start in life, and grow into an amazing adult who will be a positive change maker in the society. With warm and resounding applause, let's welcome Patience Osinaike to the 2023 Edves Catalyst Conference. With a background in early childhood education from St. Augustine Institute and the University of Lagos, Patience Osinaike is a trained and certified early childhood.
When I had to read the first paragraph to my dad from the book Chike and the River by Chinua Achebe, I was 4 and I was almost, about 5 years. I was very young and my dad was very pleased. He was really pleased. He was like, wow, how could you read so well? You want to know what make that happen? A lot of people, and that is what we're looking at this evening. Thank you for joining us, and I'll be talking to you about the literacy levels in early years. We focus on SEN and typically developing children. And we are going to explore literacy, early literacy development, aspect of literacy development, and of course, some critical issues that affect literacy learning in children, because you will agree with me that there are challenges. There are some challenges that, hampering some children from gaining the best early literacy development skills. And of course, we look at the accommodations and interventions for SEN students, because inclusion is key. I am big on inclusion. And like we always say, no child should be left out. And lastly, we also look at parents and teachers, the roles that you have to play to ensure that every child in your care become a literate citizen. What is early literacy development? Now, there's a picture on the screen that you can see. There's a woman with a girl, right? And you're wondering, who is this? What is the first thing that comes to your mind when you have to look at this picture? Now, I'm sure we've seen this picture before. You've seen it somewhere, or you've been in this setting before. You're reading with a child, or you're showing the book to a child. What comes to mind? What are you doing? Let me know. Okay, you can just reflect on this and, of course, put it in the chat box as well. Now, today we're looking at early literacy development skills in young children. Now, what are literacy skills and what is this important? Now, this is the process through which young children are able to learn how to read and to write from the very young age. And guess what? We do a whole lot before, we do a whole lot with them even before they are the school age. The school age is 5 or 6, depending on the environment that you are. But here the school age is 5. Now, do you know that a lot of children learn literacy, begin to develop early literacy skills even from as young as 2, 3, 4 years? They begin to, gain all the skills that they need to be fluent readers and writers in the school, at home, and of course in the society at large. Now, it's also a capacity for the child to be able to communicate effectively. Yes, who doesn't want a child? Doesn't like a child that can express his or herself, right? Yes, we do, and of course, I love it. When I have to have conversations with children, or they are around me and they're telling me about themselves. These are part of the early literacy skills. And I know sometimes we feel like, some children will be like, oh, this child talks too much. I used to be like that. My teacher always reports like that. Patience talks too much. But guess what? I do a lot of talking. And I do a lot of talking for a living right now because I have to work with younger children, which also makes me prone to talking every day. Early literacy skills. And we can't deny children of having that conversation or growing that skills at the young age. Now, what are the aspects of early literacy development? We have the phonological awareness, we have the letter knowledge, we have the narrative and the comprehension skills. Now, these skills are key. They are very important, very important. Let's look at the phonological awareness. This is where a child is able to differentiate letters and sound. They're able to know that, okay, letters have sounds in them. Okay, it's a process for them to know, for them to learn, and that is why we always have to dedicate a good amount of time for them to learn these skills. We can't rush them through it. This is like the foundation for them to read, to write, to be able to do other things in life. Okay, so the awareness is for them to know, okay, we have letter names, there are letter sounds. And I know sometimes as teachers, I, for one, an experienced one, I've had times where I feel that, oh, a child is not reading as much as I want her to be or as I want him to be. And I'm like, what is going on? She can't differentiate between the letters and the sound. This happens, right? But we have to be able to be conscious of it, that it takes a while for them to be able to differentiate between the letter names and the letter sounds. And of course, like the narrative and the comprehension skills, is for them to be able to talk, the ability for a child to talk and express themselves, and also have a deeper understanding of the conversation they are having with you, or the books they are with, or the resources around them. This is very important. We want them to read, but we also want them to be able to understand what they are reading. We want them to be able to narrate it to us in their own, words. And of course, we have the vocabulary development. This is an aspect that is very important. A research shows that children are able, they have the ability to be able to learn and recognize 1,000 to 10,000 words before the age of 5. So imagine if you have a child that can, acquire so much words, 10,000 words. You have to be there, you have to do your part, you have to give them the environment. We're going to get to that. So this is very key, and that is why we also have to be able to encourage them to have conversations in, around the house, in the school, everywhere. Even while we are on the road, we can't shut them down. And the other aspect is the print awareness, for them to know there's a book and there's a line. How do we read? We read from top to bottom, and we read from the left to the right. These are aspects of the early literacy development skills. Now we have literacy levels, okay, and this comes from the foundation stage until the children are able to advance in their learning. Now, the first is the emergent literacy. Now, this is the foundation where the child is already familiar with literacy skills even before we've introduced them to, reading and writing typically. And this is, pretending to write, to draw, sketching, scribbling. I know parents will come and say, oh, my child writes all the time on the wall. That child is developing literacy skill. All you have to do is channel that child, get them resources to be able to do that. Best we are not on your chairs or on the walls of the classroom. And we have the alphabetical fluency, and this is the stage, the second stage, where they begin to differentiate between the sounds, the letters, and the words. Okay, but of course, in early years, we start with the sounds, then we introduce them to the letter names. And of course, next we have the words and patterns. Now, the words and patterns is when they're able to differentiate and say, okay, this is how words are arranged in books. Here we also have the paragraphs. We have paragraphs, we have other things around this. We have the punctuation marks and co. And the intermediate reading is when a child is already learning to be independent readers and writers. Here, you don't have to give them so much support because they're already developing the skills. All they need is for you to motivate them to be able to get better at it. They're already getting there. They're advancing. They're interested in lots of books. They're asking you questions all the time. They're seeing a billboard and they're asking you, Mommy, what is that? Or a child comes to school with their favorite toy and they're saying, oh, Miss Tayo, Miss Tommy, I have a favorite toy. My dad bought this for me. What is this? What can I do with this? They're already getting more in. They're having more interest in literacy activities. And the last stage, which is the stage 5, is the advanced reading. And this is where the child has developed to a stage where they can go all out, write essays, begin to write books. They are interested when there's a competition for them to write or to read or to express themselves. They just want to be there. The confidence is there. And of course, all through these stages, we're not just going to leave them out. No, we're going to be with them. We're going to guide them. We're going to support them. But as they grow older and begin to learn more and they begin to advance more and, gain more skills, we allow them, we give them that form of, freedom to be able to explore around. And of course, all we have to do here is to provide them with a lot of resources to be able to accelerate their literacy skills and, the pace of how they're acquiring the skills at this stage. Now, there are critical challenges to literacy development. This is everywhere, in homes, in school, lack of resources. A lot of children are not opportune to have resources that is supporting their literacy development. And of course, we also have limited exposure to literacy-rich environment, like the home, the school. I would say for an average child, they're from school, they're back home, they don't know what is happening in their environment, they've not been to a supermarket before. These are environment where they can always learn new things and, pick new words. And of course, we have difficulties in language acquisition. If you have a child that is coming from a home where they don't speak English or English is not the first language, that child is going to struggle a little bit with, speaking and having conversation with others. Or if you have a child that when the child is home and is trying to write and the parents are saying, no, please, when you get to school, you write, that child is going to have a bit of challenge trying to understand and gain that skill. And lastly, learning disabilities And this will take me to my next slide, accommodation and interventions for SEND students. Like I said at the beginning of the session, I am big on inclusion. It is very important to always include every child, every child, very important. And we have accommodations for interventions and interventions for SEND students. How can we include them actively and effectively? There are so many ways. We have the multisensory learning, hands-on activities, using tactile objects for them to be able to feel and for them to be able to understand what you're teaching. And of course, differentiated instruction. This is very key. This is very important. You have to be able to tailor their needs, tailor their academic needs to their specific needs and wants, which should be one of your goal as a teacher. Then we have small group instruction where you're able to pair children in groups according to their needs and what they have and the challenge that they have. That helps to be able to learn more about them and of course provide them more support as well. And lastly here I'll have assisted technology. Now, thankfully, technology is here and is here to stay. We have a lot of software out there that can help children with SEN to be able to learn and gain literacy skills along with their counterparts. We have speech to text, we have text to speech, we have a lot of audiobooks that will support their literacy development skills. And lastly, the roles of parents and teachers. What do you have to do? What do I have to do? We have to support them. And I think the first thing that I always encourage people is always have conversations with children. We should not get tired of having conversations with young children. When we try to avoid those conversations, we are not helping them. Create responsive interaction every now and then. Talk to them, ask them questions, have a time with them. For me, every day in the morning before circle time, I have a conversation with my children, and you will see me go, guys, I'm here. I was on a bus. This was the time I woke up. I had this morning. And it kind of brings up conversations in the class and they begin to tell me about themselves and all of that. So we should encourage conversation with children. Then the environment should promote literacy all the time, all of the time. Let's have books at home, in school. Let's have books, corner. Let's have where they can always go to read. And of course, even as a family, you should always have reading, time where you come together, you read and you discuss as well. As young as the little children I have in the class, we're always having time where we have, every morning, it's a public speaking, thing I do with them. They're just 2, 3. Sometimes they come there and they're just blabbing, but I enjoyed it because that is what I want to see, So let's encourage them. Sometimes I give them toys, like, have this color, have this shape, and tell me what you can see and talk to me about it. And you'll see them go all out. They might be saying things that are not even related to the item, but guess what? They are developing their literacy skills, they're learning. And when it comes to writing, involve them, let them write, let them scribble, let them be able to engage with books, with writing, with all forms of pre-writing activities as well, and create an atmosphere that supports this in the school environment. When we have community programs, school community programs, let's not leave the young children out. Let's not say, oh, they don't have anything to present. They have a lot to present. Even if they can't dramatize, they can't come out and, do all the choreography. Please give them something. It could be their favorite toy, it could be their favorite book, and let them talk about it. We're helping them to develop their literacy skills. And lastly here, I have be observant. As educators and parents, we have to be observant enough to note when a child is suffering from any form of challenge or learning disabilities that is, hampering their ability to learn or to develop along with others. We have to be observant. And when we notice anything, please, let's escalate, let's seek help. I know I have many parents that will say, oh, I noticed my child is, autistic, or my child is dealing with ADHD. I don't want it. It's not my portion. We're not saying that there's a problem. We're just saying that your child needs extra support, and we have to be able to offer that to the child. So let's all be aware of this. Let's be there. Let's take this up to be able to support every child out there to be able to develop their literacy skills. And lastly, here you can see I have the word, I have the globe, right? And I have a child reading and writing. And here is a book will take us places. Books will take us everywhere. If we want our children to be great inventors, to be great educators, we want them to be experienced we want them to be experienced writers. We want them to be fluent readers and writers. You know, in the world, we have to expose them to the word of book. And, you know, I just remember something about scribbling. I know people will say, some parents will say, oh, scribbling, my child is 4, 5. Why should he or she still be engaging in scribbling activities? Ma'am and sirs, scribbling is a big deal. It is a big deal. You know, for the father, it supports the child's writing ability. It also helps them to be creative, to be able to create things from the ordinary. So even if your child has formed so well, they're able to write so well, let's also encourage them to be able to engage in all of these free writing and free drawing activities. Now, I have a question here from an audience. Which one comes first? Letter name or letter sound? Letter sound. For young children, the letter sound comes first before the letter names, because we want to be able to, you know, establish that foundation in them. And it's so amazing to know that when you introduce them to letter sound, you start introducing them to letter blend. So if you have, let's say, between your SATIPN, which is A to E per N, you can form so many words. The child begins to form 2-letter words, 3-letter words. So your letter sound comes before your letter names. And with this, I'm going to say thank you. And I hope that with everyone and with our effort to be able to raise children and, you know, students together, no child will be left behind to be literate citizen. Thank you.
Edves is Africa's leading digital educational platform, which enables administration, communication, finance, teaching, and learning beyond the classroom. Edves allows you as a parent to access and track your child's academic reports and personal growth at any time, giving you a better understanding of your child's academic performance.
Have a nice day at school.
We give you the security and reassurance you need to excel in your daily activities and manage your financial obligations to your child's education. Edves provides an administrative and management system which enhances accountability, teamwork, and growth needed for a thriving organization. Which brings perfect results. Teach creatively, learn effectively, track your child's performance easily, and do so much more with Edves. Edves, digital education. Visit www.edves.net to get started now.
We must protect families. We must protect children who have inalienable rights and should be loved, should be taken care of physically and mentally. This is the goal of a caring school. At Edves, we aim to support our schools and parents in providing these inalienable rights to every child. Introducing Secure Pickup, an automated process that helps with ease of drop-off and pickup. Now, as a parent, you can be at ease knowing that your child's school has got you covered. Receive instant text and emails as he or she navigates the world of learning. Edves, we care. We must protect families. We must protect children who have. Scaling up in your academic performance shouldn't be a hurdle. Imagine getting support from a product that cares. PQ by Edves. Take mock tests and exams on external exams of your choice, such as WAEC, NECO, IGCSE, and more. Get to know your weaknesses and strengths in various subjects after each test through analyzed data. Click on the link to get started now. Scaling up.
Today, the question is no longer, why do we have problems? But rather, how can we spin those challenges into opportunities? This is the revolutionary mindset we, students here at Academic City, are driven by. Academic City, we believe that the challenges of today are nothing like the opportunities of tomorrow. Hence, we're poised for the future. And so we say,
come join us.
Pakuli.
Biasanyani.
Fuyai Tibatane.
Zafula Mabia.
Bien rejoindre.
Brabe Kayam. Ao, Amarasat Shame Gojao.
As we lead the charge to empower the next generation of future leaders. Academic City University College, redefining university education. Today, the question is no longer, why do we have problems? But rather, how can we spin those challenges into opportunities? This is the revolutionary mindset we, students here at Academic City, are driven by. Academic City, we believe that the challenges of today are nothing like the opportunities of tomorrow. Hence, we're poised for the future. And so we say,
come join us.
Pakuli.
Biasanyani.
Fuyai Tibatane.
Zafula Mabia.
Bien rejoindre.
Brabe Kayam. Ao, Amarasat Shame Gojao.
As we lead the charge to empower the next generation of future leaders. Academic City University College, redefining university education. Today, the question is no longer, why do we have problems? But rather, how can we spin those challenges into opportunities? This is the revolutionary mindset we, students here at Academic City, are driven by. Academic City, we believe that the challenges of today are nothing like the opportunities of tomorrow. Hence, we're poised for.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So up next, we have the FET team all the way from the University of Colorado, talking about fundamentals of FET and doing a demo on how to use FET simulations to teach STEM subjects such as science, math, engineering, and technology. All right, so sit back and watch.
Hello and welcome again. So this is Blessing Chukwuka. Okay, this is Blessing Chukwuka, a FED fellow in Nigeria. Welcome. So in this session, we're going to be introducing FED interactive simulations. Okay, by the end of this session, you'll be able to locate and interact with FED simulations, both on your mobile device and also via your a website, okay, and also find help and support for using FED simulations. Okay, please be sure to catch up, okay, Dr. Kathy Perkins have done an introduction to PhET. Okay, please try to watch that video. Okay. So to just introduce PhET, PhET, the acronym stands for Physics Education Technology, and it was founded by Carl Wayman in 2002. Okay, that's after he won the Nobel Prize Physics. He gave this fund to the development of PhET interactive simulations to learn science and mathematics. And the goal to make the PhET simulation, okay, is to make it more interactive, to make STEM learning more like doing STEM, okay? And some of the goals in developing these simulations is making it engaging, okay, where you have it's interactive and kids can discover key ideas, key concepts in physics, in chemistry, in mathematics. And during this session, we're going to be going through some simulations where I would show you some key concepts in physics, in chemistry, where kids can play around with and even identify and get them by themselves. Okay, so and another goal for the PhET simulation is to make it more relevant. All right, it has to connect to everyday life. So it's the way it's designed, it connects to everyday life. So it is also very accessible and very easy to understand because it has a gamified environment. So it's quite fun, it's catchy for the kids. You know, that's what we call, you know, kids to build up engagement in your classrooms. That's to have, active learning integrated into your classroom. PhET helps with this, okay? It's also very effective, all right, STEM in using in understanding STEM practices, okay? And it supports student agency. So a teacher is needed just to provide, you know, the normal scaffolding for students to learn. So as I said, it's what's making learning STEM more like doing STEM, all right? And the PhET simulation has reached over 1.1 billion people all over the world, helping them in physics, helping them in chemistry, helping them in maths, helping them in earth science and biology. And yes, as at today, the percentage of these people are not from Africa. That's why we are here to create the awareness for people and students to utilize PhET simulations. And there have been several researches of the benefit of integrating PhET simulations in the classroom to teach science and mathematics. Okay, and also you have the elementary maths, there's simulation for elementary maths that would help out too in the classroom. Now we have here, we're going to go in through, just a demo on some simulation. Here we have the circuit construction kits. Okay, right now, we are going to share our screen to go through the simulation. Can STEM education, I see a question here, can STEM education be implemented at tertiary education? Of course it can be. And there are PhET simulations that would actually help in like 100 level, 200 level maths and physics. Okay, here we can see here, this is, we can easily build a circuit here. Okay, and as a teacher in a classroom, or even your kids, you can just try to explain to them how a simple circuit works. Okay, so here we have wires, all right, and as a physics teacher, you will also ask, what is the source? What powers, a circuit? What powers the bulb? All right, so let's do this connection here. Okay. You can see how interesting this is and the gamified experience here. Okay, a child just connecting a circuit here, playfully, but it's really doing something. Okay, so we're going to connect this and we'll see what happens to the bulb right now. Let's see. Look at what happens to the bulb right now. Okay, you can see it is on and it is bright. Okay, so from here we can, a physics teacher, for instance, can explain the difference between a series circuit and a parallel circuit. Okay, I don't want to take your time on this. You can also try to ask students what is moving, the blue dot, what is it? And a lot of questions would come up in kids' mind. Oh, it's current, it's this, it's that, and all that, and you'll be able to explain the concept to a child. So this is a physics simulation, okay, that can explain. Now I'm going to go to another simulation, which is build an atom, which can help kids in chemistry. So with this build an atom, you can easily teach kids on how an element is being named, what happens. Okay, if I try to, you can see here we have protons, we have neutrons, we have electrons. If I try to move this to the orbit, you see it's not going to go to the nucleus of the atom. It's not going to go to the nucleus of the atom. Are you getting me? Because what, for a physics chemistry teacher, what is in the nucleus of an atom is only protons and electrons. So, and then protons and neutrons. So electrons will only revolve around the orbit. Okay. So if you see here, we carry this a ball of proton. We go here to the nucleus. It stays. We take a ball of neutron. We go to the nucleus of the atom, it also stays. You would also notice, can you notice the screen here? You can see here it says hydrogen. If I put another neutron here, nothing happens, the name doesn't change. But if I take a proton here and place, you can see it changes to another element on the periodic table. So it tells the student that the periodic elements on the periodic table, it depends on what the number of protons. When I increase the number of protons, your elements, the elements changes. So you can see here, we come here, we add another proton. You see this, so it is easy to teach kids with this. Periodic table is quite a difficult subject for kids to understand in classroom, and especially in chemistry, and that's the basic foundation. That's a basic concept that kids have to get. But with this simulation, integrating it into your classroom, maybe in the beginning of your lesson, aligning it to your learning goals and objectives of your class, this would help them grasp and retain, okay, this concept term in chemistry. Okay, so now here, let me go to something in biology. Here we have natural selection. Okay, now we're going to see something wonderful here. So natural selection is all about survival of the fittest and also your ecosystem, what happens. All right, so we have a bunny here, just one bunny, single lonely bunny, but it's not good for man to be alone. Okay, so we're going to add a mate for him here. So we click add a mate. Now just watch. So this is the first generation. All right, can you see this? Can you see this graph? You can see second generation, we have more rabbits. Okay, now you can see here environmental factors, okay, that can also affect. That's why there has to be a balance. We wonder why wolves, we might be sad. Why should wolves eat up the rabbits and all that? Why should there be limited food? It's for a reason. If there's no balance in an ecosystem, something catastrophic can happen. Just in a minute, we're going to see what will happen now. You can see the population is just going up and up and up and up because no wolves to eat them. There's enough abundance of food. No rabbit is dying. You can see this now. It's a bunnies have taken over the world. All right, because there was no measure to balance the ecosystem. But if we go here, okay, we start over on the same. You can see how playful this is. Add a mate. Once the population starts increasing, to balance the environment, you add factors like the wolves, like limited food, and you see how this would help in understanding natural selection in biology. Okay, so we have here, so the population increasing, just few minutes before we introduce something to balance the environment here or balance their ecosystem. Yeah, so we can introduce now some wolves, okay, and we stop them. You see, it has balanced it, okay, and they continue again. Okay, so this is how these simulations can actually help and engage students in your classroom. Now, here we have one for a sim for elementary students here, okay, where kids can learn how to count, all right, number play, all right. You can see this here, very interactive. Okay, it says write the numbers here in figures and also in words, and it uses items that are very close to them. You can see apples. It uses butterflies for girls that love, butterflies. It uses puppies for every child, even adults love puppies. Very engaging to help kids in learning what science and maths. And there are several other sims. We have sims for quadratic equations. I see the questions on if it can be used for higher level. Yes, there are sims on Fourier analysis. There are sims on vector also analysis. It can also be used. So we have over 160 simulations that are available online on the PhET website, which my colleague here would also take us through. Okay, so here we have this build an atom, we have biology, natural selection, earth science, graphing quadratic equations, easy maths, number play, and we can see finally that these simulations are flexible. You can use them as pre-lab, okay? Even if you don't have devices, you just have a teacher and a projector, you can also use some pedagogies that would help you support that, okay? So you can use it first as a lecture, all right? We can use it if there are computers in your schools that maybe a pair of students or group of not more than 4 students can share a system. You can also use this as an activity lab, like a pre-lab before the major physical lab of connecting devices, okay? And you can also apply this to distance learning. And I'm going to leave this now for my colleague Shola to take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Blessing. Hello, everyone. Good evening. It's a pleasure to be with us tonight. I know it's been a long day, so we'll just dive right back into the conversation. My name is Shola, and I work with the PhET Interactive Simulation Project. Blessing has done an amazing job showing us through a couple of simulations around physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics, and earth science, and there are amazing collections around elementary maths as well. And we know that's a hot topic on the continent at the moment. But we're going to now explore how to navigate or find the sims for use within your own context, whether it's in classroom or back at home with your kids, or as a pre-lab where you tell your students to go online, visit the site or find a particular sim that they can use in their context. And what are the ways you can access the sims? The first place is to visit the website, which is at phet.colorado.edu, phet.colorado. It's on the screen at the moment. .edu. So you'd find the amazing collection of 160 sims in there. Another way you can also access it, we're going to explore both of them in a bit. I'll just talk us through it quickly. Another way you can access it is to download the Edves app, which you can find on either the App Store or Play Store based on the device you're using. And you can go through your browser. If you want to explore now, you can see some demo on your screen as well. Go through your browser and visit the URL api.edves.net/app. api.edves.net/app. It will direct you to the website. You will have an opportunity to download the Edves app, and then just in front of the page, at the landing page, you can explore the array of sims And the amazing thing is all of the SIMs are available offline as well. So you just need to access them once online. You can save them for use offline so that once you lose internet, or even in scenarios where internet is erratic or unreliable, you can transition and not be totally dependent on the use of internet that might impact the learning experience. Transition to an offline mode and still have the same learning experience. You can still maintain the same learning experience with or without the internet. So you can access directly on, the SIMs are accessible on all devices, either on the mobile phone, on tablet, or via the website online. And they are available both online and offline, and they are totally free as well. So I invite everyone to go onto the website and then go, of course, try things out. I'll transition and just walk us through how to find SIMs and some of the options you have for you. So I'll go straight up to the website now and visit phet.colorado.edu. And there you have the landing page for the website, interactive simulations for science and math learning. You can click on Explore SIMs and it will take you directly to the collection of 160 SIMs. You can also scroll down and have access to amazing resources for teachers and a community that they can also develop capacity to effectively leverage and use the SIMs. Just like Blessing earlier mentioned, the SIMs they are currently up to 164 SIMs in over 114 languages. So the majority of the SIM, about 98%, if not all 100, are also accessible in English, Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo. So for students who, of course, English is not their first language and they are not competent speakers of English, we also believe that they should have equal access, and language should not stand in the way of effective learning of science. So irrespective of the, of course, socioeconomic class or the language they speak, they can continue to explore and learn science in an engaging and effective way. So we'll go ahead now. This is the website just to the top of the screen. You can click explore, but I'll use the navigation at the top right corner. And if you mouse over the all SIMs option menu at the top, you'll see you can explore all simulations or explore simulations by language. So I'll click on all SIMs to see all of the SIMs that are available. I can see prototypes. I can see translated SIMs. Prototypes are newly published SIMs that have not been passed as final. They're still in development, but then you have an opportunity to interact and share feedback, just like you have with mean, share, and balance towards the right side of the screen. And of course, you have the labels to identify newly published SIMs as well. So you can see all of the SIMs listed here. To the left, you then have the option to sort based on your context, the subject you teach, the grade level you teach, find SIMs for the appropriate language or what works for your context. So here I can go ahead and then sort by physics, and it will reduce the number and see all of the SIMs that support learning objectives within in physics. I can also sort by subtopics in physics or go by chemistry, math, earth science, and biology. I also have the opportunity to, aside sorting by subject, I can also sort by grade level. So I can see which of the SIMs support learning across the grades, both elementary, middle school, high school, and up to the university. For now, compatibility is, of course, HTML5 is what we are transitioning to. The SIMs were developed in Java and Flash in the past, and now we're transitioning into many of the SIMs are now accessible in HTML5. So that means they are cross browser or cross platform, and they're accessible across platforms. So most of the SIMs you'll find or that we invite you to use are in HTML5. So you can sort, all of that is automatically selected for you. So you won't have to do a lot with compatibility. Then accessibility and inclusion, of course, we have students with special needs. We also provide alternative input or interactive description, things like sound and sonification and voicing, where students can listen to what in the interaction that is happening, or of course use the interactive learning devices or special devices to also follow through and not miss out on the learning that is happening. And finally, the locale option allows you to select by language. Just like I said, I can go down and find the options in Yoruba, and I can see all of the SIMs are accessible in Yoruba. I can go right over as well and find SIMs that are the themes, of course, I can find them in Igbo, and finally, Hausa option should, yeah, Hausa is just right here. But does not end here. So these are some of the quick ways you can navigate and find themes on the website. I'm also going to show you around how to navigate the theme on the mobile phone, on the Edves website, on the website mobile app, just like I mentioned earlier on. So once you have access, there are other amazing resources. I'll select one of the themes just to take you through an example of what to expect. Once I select the theme, there are a whole lot of other additional information that you would find beneficial to understand what are the learning goals that a particular theme can support. What are the topics that you can find? There are sample learning goals. You can find the topics that it's been designed a lot around, of course, which inclusive features have been included. And just on the side, if you look beneath the title, there's the purple icon that has the down-facing arrow. Just like I mentioned earlier, all of the themes are accessible and available for use offline, so you do not need the internet. Once you download ones, you can distribute on USB sticks or CDs, or install on the computer, and you do not have to do that again unless there's an update or a new version is released. So I can click on the first icon to download for use offline, or go ahead and copy an embed link and paste into the existing LMS that you use in your school or your website so that it's accessible. And others, for those who also want to share to their Google Classroom or Facebook or Twitter account, you have the option to share directly. But for teachers, you also have the option to access exclusive teacher information, which is more, you can download the tips for teachers. But while at that, yes, okay, we'll get to questions in a bit. We'll just run through the website and we'll attend to questions just in a bit. So you also have information to access details exclusively reserved for teachers, and you can see it's requesting that you sign in. So to access, we expect that you create it. That's the only way we can distinguish a teacher from a student. So students are not expected to create an account. Even teachers can access all of the resources without creating an account. And to create an account, you can come to the top right corner of the screen and click the humanoid icon, and you'd have the option to sign in, create and register an account, or sign in once you have an account. And you're on the page as well, you can find related activities. So for you to design an inquiry-based lesson or activity in your classroom, you can also draw inspiration from activities that other teachers within country or across the world have created in line with the simulation or the topic you are teaching. And you can find what teachers have created and have contributed. And you have the filter option to sort by levels, just in the same manner you can sort with theme. You can sort by level, by subject, by language, and just by the type of activity that is. And there's the translation option in terms of downloading for a particular language, and credits, which of course are attribution for those who have contributed to the design and use of the simulation. Before I transition to the mobile lab, you also have some information for teachers. You can find tips for using the simulations, because we know that themes do not exist in isolations. While they are amazing tools, they are effective strategies that will ensure you get the best value, or you can achieve your learning objectives through it. So we also support the development of student-centered approaches and strategies that will enable you get value out of the simulations. Quickly, just in a second, I am going to walk us through accessing the themes. Okay, just a second. Just demo on the website. I invite everyone to visit the website while at that. So I invite that you make an effort to, just a second, go onto the website, find one simulation you think you could use in your classroom, perhaps in the week or within the next month. Just a minute, I'm connecting the mobile phone just to walk us through a demo of how you can access it. But right on the screen now, if you can see, you will see a video of the mobile app as well that shows, of course, once you've downloaded, to download the mobile app again, visit api.edves.net/app. And once downloaded, you see the landing page on the home page. You have just beneath the screen, you have the option to choose Learn with FET. Once you click, you have access to all of the themes. There are some featured themes just at the top, like you can see on the screen, and then simulations that have been sorted and categorized according to subject. You also have the option to save to use offline. So the same way you can save and use. So if you're not connected or you move out of some region that has limited or poor internet, you can continue to have access to these amazing resources. I spoke earlier on about the teacher-related activities and getting support. So I invite us to continue this conversation tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to dive more into how to design and get value out of activities, and then effective facilitation strategies to consider when using tools such as this or when leading a sim-based lesson. I invite you to join us tomorrow at 11:39 to continue the conversation. And we thank you for joining us today, and we look forward to having you tomorrow.
This used to be me. Not anymore. With Edves, I can oversee and access all my school records from any part of the world. From a single dashboard, I track enrollments, monitor e-learning activities from homework uploaded to video lessons shared, as well as e-notes and CBT. I view payments inflow at a glance, monitor performance, and track attendance. Running a paperless school and reducing operational costs is possible with Edves. Edves CBT makes conducting school exams seamless, both online and on the school premises. It gets better. Parents can monitor their children's performance and pay fees. Amazingly, the days of being owed by parents are over. Parents can access school fees loan and you get paid in full. Students have access to assignments, video lessons, e-notes, quizzes, virtual classes, and over 160 math and science simulations. Beyond all this is Edves' amazing support. It is top-notch. Over 1,300 schools across 10 countries in Africa use and love Edves today. To see a free demo, log on to www.edves.net/free demo. Use Edves today.
Edves is Africa's leading digital educational platform, which enables administration, communication, finance, teaching, and learning beyond the classroom. Edves allows you as a parent to access and track your child's academic reports and personal growth at any time, giving you a better understanding of your child's academic performance.
Have a nice day at school.
We give you the security and reassurance you need to excel in your daily activities.
The speakers, the speaker-led sessions, the panelist sessions. I mean, it's been amazing. It's been so amazing today. Tomorrow, we'll be starting registration by 8 a.m. at Landmark Event Center. Please make sure you come on time so that you can reserve your seat. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Welcome to Edves Catalyst 2023 once again. Bye.
Edves is Africa's leading digital educational platform, which enables administration, communication, finance, teaching, and learning beyond the classroom. Edves allows you as a parent to access and track your child's academic reports and personal growth at any time, giving you a better understanding of your child's academic performance.
Have a nice day at school.
We give you the security and reassurance you need to excel in your daily activities and manage your financial obligations to your child's education. Edves provides an administrative and management system which enhances accountability, teamwork, and growth needed for a thriving organization. Which brings perfect results. Teach creatively, learn effectively, track your child's performance easily, and do so much more with Edves. Edves, digital education. Visit www.edves.net to get started now.